Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We will be going to Asheboro, North Carolina shortly to Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, who will be live there in Asheboro. So that will be awesome to see the pre-program, which starts, and there's the live shot actually right now. The pre-program starts at 12, and then the vice presidential nominee, Vance, will take the stage at 1 o'clock. And then President Trump is slated to take the stage around 2 o'clock. So once again, looking at live pictures there in Asheboro, North Carolina. We're live here in Auburn right now, and obviously a lot to get to today. I'm sure Bobby and Megan will be having plenty to say as well. I mean, it's going to be one of those days and one of those weeks where the Trump campaign is just going to so many states. We're talking 5 states in 5 days. Everything from Pennsylvania to Michigan yesterday, today in North Carolina, and then they'll wrap up tomorrow and Friday, one in Cochise County along the southern border in Arizona tomorrow, and then a huge rally in Arizona on Friday. Prior to that rally stop, President Trump will actually stop in Nevada as well, in Las Vegas. Every ounce of that coverage will be right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Glad to bring it to you. Glad you're with us as we are midweek here, as we see President Trump going coast to coast, as will J.D. Vance as well. And we'll bring you all of that live coverage. And again, we'll be going out there soon to Asheboro, North Carolina. But before we do, today is Make America Strong Again. That's today's theme, especially as President Trump will be discussing national security topics today at that speech in North Carolina. Of course, having peace through strength. That's what we saw during the first administration. Looking forward to more of the same for a second administration, not only domestically, but in foreign policy as well. Speaking of someone that has, strength, is someone that has 25 years military experience. Virginia senatorial candidate Hung Cao spoke with us earlier today. Here's what he had to say. Hung Cao, thank you again for joining us for this second part of our interview here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, remember in Chesapeake, Virginia, you had a fired up speech. It was awesome. We just played that just a minute ago on the air here on Right Side. You know, to look at what we're dealing with in this country must be still shocking and surprising to you.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, my family came here with nothing, and we were given everything. But we weren't, we were given freedom, the opportunity. We still had to roll up our sleeves and make it happen on our own. And they're taking that away from us.
Exactly. So this week with the DNC, so many lies over there in Chicago going on versus the common sense truth. Is that what you see as well?
No, you're absolutely right. You know, they're trying to say that the economy is better under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They're saying that, crime has dropped. But we see this. I mean, we see this in our own streets. And, not only that, America is weaker right now. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but in December, a Chinese drone was flying off the coast of Virginia onto Langley Air Force Base. And it was flying from a ship that was inside our territorial waters, inside 12 nautical miles. And it shut down F-22 flights for 8 days at Langley Air Force Base. And they did nothing about it. My opponent, Tim Kaine, has done nothing, because he's a weak man in dangerous times.
That's a surprising story right there, something that, the mainstream media definitely doesn't touch. But can you talk to us about the fact that you're running for Senate? You have 25 years military experience and obviously a heart and a mind for this country and freedom. But why are you doing what you're doing right now, putting yourself out there for this country?
Because they're turning this country into what I ran away from. A lot of immigrants here in Virginia and in the United States came here for the same opportunities I did, for God, family, and country. And they're turning this American dream into the American nightmare for a lot of people. I mean, businesses are shutting down, and, our country's weaker under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We can't afford another 4 years of this.
Have you watched any of the DNC this week? What are your thoughts about what's going on there?
Again, last night, President Obama was saying really nice things about Kamala Harris, but what he couldn't say is what their achievements were. They have done nothing to achieve, those accolades that they're purporting. Basically, making America, more prosperous and safer. This is not what we're seeing every day in America.
Exactly. And today's theme is Make America Strong Again. President Trump and J.D. Vance talking about national security. You, again, with 25 years military experience, you know how important that is for our military to be strong.
No, you're absolutely right. Right now, we have ships that can't get underway, aircrafts that can't fly, and submarines that can't dive. And not only that, we are facing a huge recruitment and retention problem, right? I mean, under Joe Biden, we kicked out thousands of, strong military people because they refused to take the COVID vaccine. And now they're trying to bring them back in. Well, you know what? They're not going to be fooled a second time. Some of these guys were my friends. These are tier 1 operators from SEAL Team 6 and from, Delta Force. And they got kicked out because they refused to take a vaccine that really now we're finding out is done more harm than good.
So on top of that, seeing a military that's strong in our foreign policy, right? Obviously, peace through strength is the way to go. But at the end of the day, when something has to be done, AKA with Al-Qaeda or the Taliban and that kind of thing, we still have to take care of business.
No, you're absolutely right. We have the business of providing for the common defense. And what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done is they've weakened the military. We have huge recruiting problems. We can't fill the ranks right now because people are being demonized. The alpha males and alpha females in this country are being demonized and replaced with, cross-dressers. Like I said, the Navy has a, cross-dresser as a recruiter. I mean, why do we need that?
I hear you loud and clear. Also, on top of that, what would you say the solution is? Obviously, a new Trump administration, right?
Yes, absolutely. You need somebody that actually cares about this country and cares about making America strong. Look at the new generation of people President Trump is bringing in, forged in the fire service and combat. Myself, for example, Sam Brown in Nevada, Tim Sheehy in Montana, Dave McCormick, and now J.D. Vance. We're all warriors that fought and bled for this country, and we're not done fighting for this country.
Okay, so you're watching a portion of our interview with Virginia senatorial candidate Hung Cao out of Virginia. Once again, 25 years in the military. We have some more interviews with him a little bit later in the show, specifically about F-22s off the coast of the east coast of our country, a story that the mainstream media didn't really cover. He dives into that a little bit more in our next interview. As you can see there in Asheboro, North Carolina, the live vantage point right now. Seems like that guy, to be honest with you, is pointing to someone for medical, maybe for someone, I'm not sure. But anyway, so we'll be going there live to Asheboro, North Carolina soon, as we are in the middle of a lot of coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we'll be going there live to Bobby McNeely and to Megan Kohler, who will be taking over our live coverage soon. But the DNC this week, as you guys know, a bunch of lies on the left, nonstop talking about President Trump, but not really talking about all of the issues at hand in this country, and also not talking about any achievements done over the past 3-4 years, because we know that there have been no achievements under this administration that we currently have at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So what else do they have to talk about other than try and tarnish a name or tarnish a whole movement that is none of what they're saying is true? So it's quite the interesting event that's happening over at the DNC. Actually, someone that was watching the DNC the other day told me, quote, at their best, referring to the Democrats here, at their best, they've been a massive failure. At their best, they've been a massive failure, referring to Biden and Harris for this administration. So, of course we want to play nice. Of course we would like to have everything come together, and the Democrats and Republicans, we realize, okay, that the country votes for Donald Trump, and the Democrats fall in line and say, well, that's what the people wanted. And we all, get along here in the United States and we move on, right? Wishful thinking, unfortunately. That's just not the way it is. And we hope that we can understand that there will be respect there from the people's vote come this November 5th. And any early voting or mail-in voting or day of voting that happens, ideally what we see is a lot of people working hard and praying hard for a free and fair election. So again, President Trump to speak at 2 o'clock on the East Coast there. 1 o'clock will be the speech by the vice presidential nominee, Vance, and then at 12 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now, the pre-program will start. But for now, that's the latest here in the studio. We'll come back in a little bit. Let's send it to Bobby and Megan live in Asheboro, North Carolina, right now.
Good morning from Asheboro, North Carolina, a beautiful day in a beautiful state that's going to be so important for the 2024 election. I'm Bobby McNeely, happy to join you on RSBN Live with the beautiful, the talented, the very smart cheerleader, dancer extraordinaire, our lovely Megan Kohler on for the first time. Welcome her at home. Hi, Megan. How are you?
Great, Bobby. Thanks for that introduction.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself, Megan. We're happy to have you out here today. We've gotten to know each other, this morning. We all got in late yesterday. An exciting trip we love coming to North Carolina. I feel like I might get some rental property out here, perhaps buy a couple of properties, because I've been here the last few weeks. But give us a little bit about your background and what has brought you to RSBN.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Megan Kohler. I'm a millennial Republican from Cleveland, Ohio. I was raised in a Christian household, so I've always had conservative values, but I really discovered my identity as a Republican in college as I saw the woke agenda to begin to unfold. And I realized while Barack Obama was in office that wasn't the hope and change that anybody wanted. And I thought to myself, Donald Trump is the only man that could clean this mess up based off of his business background. And so I was very excited to vote for him in 2016, 2020, and now again in 2024. And I just feel very blessed to be part of this movement, and I'm ready to make America great again with all of you.
Well, that's fantastic. And we talked a little bit about that this morning. Back when I was in college, I was running a college Republicans at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and I got a lot of flack. I mean, it was the first time words were used against me in the fake news newspapers of the local campus, the Daily Illini, saying, racist college Republicans President Bobby McNeely, with no background, no emphasis, no proof of that, simply because I had supported John McCain as a 20-year-old. And we talked a little bit about, on the way over here, Barack Obama's speech last night to the DNC, how ludicrous and silly it was. A great orator, a great presentation, but almost seemingly as I was watching the speech, I thought, wow, it sounds like he's going to support President Trump based on those ideals and those values that he seems to adhere to. But former President Obama, of course, a big government liberal, and I don't know if we should even call them liberals anymore, even progressives. I mean, these people are globalists, and they're the antithesis of what President Donald Trump has pushed forward in his MAGA agenda.
Absolutely. Their rhetoric is just so divisive, and I feel like they just pick a target, and then no matter what, like you said, you had no background of any kind of racism, but they targeted you, and then that was their agenda to attack you no matter what.
Right, and we saw that too, I think, from former First Lady Michelle Obama yesterday, also talking about the black versus white, the tensions. Instead of having a unity message, as President Trump clearly discussed yesterday in Michigan, highlighted a lot about law enforcement, keeping the border sealed and safe, and he'll be talking about that today in a national security speech, which is going to be heavily featured here in North Carolina. But you have the situation happening that Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, clearly trying to divide, and President Trump is clearly the unifier in all this. Also interested, what do you think about Kamala Harris is not going to debate President Trump on September 4th now, according to President Trump's True Social post?
I believe she doesn't want to debate President Trump because they really have no platform. I mean, if you check out their website, what are the Democrats running on? What is their campaign? If you check out DonaldJTrump.com, we have our entire platform of all the points that Donald Trump wants to campaign on. And I think that she's nervous to debate him because she knows that he will just run circles around her.
Right, I think you're 110% right about that. And in these trying times, we not only want to thank our amazing sponsors who put us on the air so we could bring you wall-to-wall coverage, thanks to a beautiful Starlink. A shout out to Elon Musk today and his technology, because we're in rural North Carolina, a beautiful area. Just to give you an outlook on Asheboro, we're in between Winston-Salem, Raleigh, and Charlotte, directly in the center of that Bermuda Triangle, if you will, of three major economic and urban centers. But this Asheboro, beautiful, very rural area. So Starlink helping us out immensely today. But we'd like to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold. In these crazy times, there is peace of mind in security, and security for our country, security for leaders, and security for our families. But think about this. If you have all your eggs in one basket, you are not necessarily financially secure. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. They're a hedge against inflation, and through my friends at Birch Gold Group, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. This is the one thing you could do today to secure your futures, or your family's savings and your future savings. So don't miss your chance on this incredible opportunity. Secure your savings today and get your Trump gold, silver coins, and precious metals by texting Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. I'd like to thank our friends at Birch Gold, who, many patriots like Dan Bongino, Ron Paul, Steve Bannon, a great man who is in prison for his freedom of speech. Big supporters of Birch Gold. So do you invest in anything as a young millennial out there looking to diversify your household finances?
Absolutely. Gold is the best way to do it. I mean, ever since the beginning of time, right? People have always been investing in gold.
Right, and that's the thing, I talk with our magnificent Matthew Alvarez in the studio when I get to visit with him and co-anchor that, wow, look at the Nixon administration. It was Henry Kissinger who changed that foreign policy of the United States. We were on the gold standard, but the Saudi Arabian government, because of the petrodollars, created the dollar as the global currency. So the United States entered that agreement roughly 50 years ago, but they're now trading the Saudis with BRICS nations like Brazil, India, China. A very scary situation because these countries want global domination, especially China, and they want to beat the dollar on the world stage, and sadly they've been successful with that since the Biden administration. So it's important to diversify your income. So Megan, what are you most looking forward to today? That's your first Trump rally as a new correspondent for RSBN. What are you most looking forward to hearing from President Trump today?
I'm just so excited to be part of this movement, and what I want to hear from President Trump today is what is his plan for the border? What is his plan for bringing peace to the Middle East and within Russia and Ukraine?
Right, and that's a great thing to bring up, because not only sealing our own border, but look at what's happened under the Biden administration. We had the Abraham Accords. We had peace in the Middle East. I just think about Israel and Bahrain, who were enemies for years and years and years. I think those peace agreements brought on by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who did an outstanding job. Think about probably the greatest peace agreement since the Carter agreements between Egypt and Israel, the Camp David Accords that took place in the 70s and then into the early 80s. And you think about Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin did not move an inch under President Trump's leadership, but it was George W. Bush, it was Barack Obama, it was Joe Biden, where Vladimir Putin feels that he can go get that traditional Russian territory, move on in on a sovereign country, Ukraine. And then there's also a debate over that, whether or not we should even be funding that. I know most MAGA Republicans say, let's take care of our own borders first, because we feel for the Ukrainian people, but should all our money be going over there when we can't even seal our borders,
right,
when we can't keep our finances together? And you look at Zelensky, not exactly a clean figure in world politics.
Yes, absolutely.
No question about it. So we're really looking forward to what will be an amazing speech. Now, this is the first outdoor speech since that failed assassination attempt, thank God, in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th. And it's a beautiful day, but you'll see back here that there is plexiglass that will protect the vice presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance, and President Donald Trump. And then we have some, I believe, we didn't get up close to those fighter jets, but I believe those are some World War II relics, a beautiful airport here in Asheboro, North Carolina, a beautiful hangar. And I've been fortunate enough to go up in those things a couple of times, and they really were the greatest generation, because great technology then, but nearly 90 years or so later, we are looking at much better technology. I mean, those are pretty dangerous planes to go up there. So brave men and women who defended the world against fascism, against communism, and now we seem to have history repeating itself. You were telling me you were a big fan of history growing up and studied interior design, but you've always enjoyed history and politics.
Yes, of course. So my dad is a huge history buff, and I used to laugh and think it's so nerdy. Why do you love history? But now as I'm getting older and I'm starting to see the patterns that repeat themselves, when people say history repeats itself, it's really a pattern and a formula. They just plug and play depending on the times. So it's really interesting to see the playbook that they have used in the past playing out today. And it's pretty scary. But thanks to patriots like everyone in this movement who can recognize that, we know what we need to do to stop it.
Well, and that's what I really get, I laugh at it because you look at places like the Washington Post, and we're friends with our colleagues in the media here, but they say democracy dies in darkness. That's their big slogan. If that's the case, why did Kamala Harris, who they support, pick someone like Governor Tim Walz, who actually signed legislation that local sheriffs told him, Governor, we can't enforce this. He wanted to remove minors from their homes if they were seeking the transgender surgeries, those therapies, but their parents would not allow them simply because they were minors. And it could be things like puberty blockers or life-altering surgery, which has been taking place across our country in all 50 states, and it's taken brave souls, brave state legislators, governors to stand up and say no to this. That's pretty fascist to me, to want to take someone away from their family, out of their home, and make sure the government looks over them. It's just a really bizarre thing that the governor would sign that. I'd love to ask Governor Tim Walz, in case you're watching, sir, we'd love to interview you about that. And we really wonder why you would want to take minors out of their home when they could have life-altering surgery or even puberty blockers. It's... I thought they wanted to define a woman. I guess they don't.
Right. That is pretty sickening and dehumanizing, in my opinion. And not to mention, how are they the champions of democracy when they put Kamala Harris in without primaries?
Right.
Who voted for her to become the candidate?
Oh, exactly. A wonderful point. You had 14 million votes for President Joe Biden in the primaries. There was definitely a concealment that took place after that June 27th debate between President Trump and President Biden, where President Trump clearly was the winner. And I think they went back to the scrapbook and the scoreboard, and we know that Nancy Pelosi was fervently making phone calls throughout big Democrat ranks to attempt to remove the sitting president of the United States. Talk about collusion. They were successful at that, and now we have presumptive nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz out of Minnesota, who are expected to take their nomination in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention this week. So lots of news from that. I wanted to ask you as well, back on the topic of one of the policy platforms of the MAGA movement and the 20 promises is keeping men out of women's sports. You were a college cheerleader. You also were a cheerleader professionally. How did that work with, did you have male and females on your team? Did you ever encounter anything like Riley Gaines did, where there was some gender confusion that affected either your collegiate experience or even professional experience with that?
When I was on a college cheerleading team, we had co-ed stunting, so we had males and females, so we worked together cohesively. And then when I was a dancer, it was an all-girls team, so it didn't necessarily affect me in my sport. But I could totally see how if I were to be a single competitor going up against a man, they're genetically stronger. So how am I supposed to compete with that? And that would just be so disheartening if I'm training my entire life to compete at a high level in any sport, and then to sign up for this sport, and then I'm against a man. It would feel like all my hard work was just completely thrown out the window, and it had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't my fault. So I only can imagine how badly the women in sports can feel right now.
Well, and we just watched the Olympics, an extraordinary display of dedication, determination, great lessons. I really enjoyed a lot of the athletes. I just think of Simone Biles, who was able to overcome a mental illness to come back and really fight and compete, because she was hit so hard by the mainstream media of, weakness and criticism, and she came back to be so successful. The United States dominated in all of the medal counts. China came in a distant second, which made me very happy, but many of the athletes thanking God, praising the Lord Jesus Christ, their Savior, for having the ability to do that. And you see just the dedication and the commitment to something they spent their lives working on. And for that to be taken away simply because the other gender is allowed in your sport is really a sad thing this day. And I think it's great to see that President Trump did take that on and is part of the policy platform for the MAGA movement.
I actually know personally an Olympian who was a figure skater.
Really?
And she went to high school with me. So she had so much training that she actually had to take time away from school. She ended up doing like some homeschool hybrid situation where she spent time in the ice rink doing her classes. So that's how much time and dedication that these Olympians are dedicating to their sport. And for that to basically just get taken away from them is just a shame.
Right, absolutely. And Mr. Producer, I just have a little bit of an issue with the IFB. Not too bad right now, but we're just sharing that right now. So in case anything comes into your ear, we like to read our sponsors and make sure that they get the due thanks that they deserve, because that's the reason we're on air. They do an incredible job, and we thank them for sponsoring us and putting us on so we can bring you all this wonderful content. And thank you for sharing that story. It's great to get out there and meet the people, and that's what RSBN is all about. And today was a little bit unique. We had, Starlink was our hero, our savior today, Elon Musk. Thank you so much for your great technology. We're going to get a bunch of those because we're in rural North Carolina, and it can be hard with connecting sometimes. So we're actually starting inside instead of having been outside to talk to some folks. Well, we might be able to get some interviews in the meantime, but as you can see, people are coming in today. They're getting the seats ready to go. Again, a very large crowd. As we entered today, we had a big line coming down a beautiful country road in those beautiful hills and mountains of North Carolina. Sun shining wonderfully. The nice golf course we went by that I wanted to stay and play. I don't know if we'll have time for that, but that'll be fun. I think today it looks like there'll be about 400 seats, give or take, in the hangar here. And then we had at least a couple thousand outside this morning. So again, we have another Trump rally that is max capacity. And we do have a couple sides here that we might be able to show you on camera as time goes on, where they might do some overflow crowd control. And we saw that in Charlotte as well. So we always emphasize, if you haven't been to a Trump rally, come here right when the sun comes up, because the campaign will put out that you have to be here by a certain time. Usually if you are here by that time, you're still not guaranteed a seat because so many people show up. I mean, President is a rock star, and people love to see him.
Yes, he is.
And how many rallies have you been to?
I've been to a handful.
Okay.
I am from Cleveland, so of course the RNC was there in 2016, and President Trump did campaign a lot in the Midwest, so I was able to go to a few in Ohio, which was really awesome. And the energy this morning when we were waiting in line and walking through, people were cheering. You remember that?
It's
that was awesome.
So much fun. And then we met the gentleman, Edward, who I had recognized that we interviewed in Philadelphia. This is now number 75 for him. This is his 75th rally in and of itself. And I don't think he discriminates against different kinds of gatherings, because what you're seeing now, too, is President Trump's doing some interesting things with the campaign, whether it be these more policy-oriented speeches. Today's more of I would say, a rally. Now everything will be a little bit different as time goes on. Yesterday, of course, a little more intimate with our great Vanessa Broussard in Michigan, covering the law enforcement speech that President Trump had. It was very focused on policy, and of course he brought up that famous graph that had him turn his head at the right moment, and thank God that happened. Some divine intervention, at least I believe that was the case. I know President Trump believes that with his RNC acceptance speech, that he believes God had a hand in that he turned just slightly and the bullet went through his ear instead of could have been the back of his head, and thank God that that's not the case, and he's still here with us fighting very hard to make America great again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so exciting. And tell me about Cleveland, because Ohio went through somewhat of an electoral change. It used to be that Republicans, say in the last decade, to win the presidency, they needed Ohio and Florida. Now, nothing's a guarantee every 4 years, but Ohio and Florida, I just think, super, super MAGA country for the most part. And even that convention, did you have a chance to go to the 2016 convention? Or
I wasn't actually in the convention, but there were plenty of events outside the convention that I was able to attend.
Wonderful, because you went to this one in Milwaukee, and what's interesting between the two, at least from what I observed, was that 2016 was a little bit divided. Even President Trump, I can remember Senator Cruz, they're great allies now, but Senator Cruz said, vote your conscience. And Governor Kasich at the time in Ohio didn't even show up with the Ohio delegation. Many of the Ohio delegates did not even attend their own convention. Compared to now in Milwaukee, wow, what a unified party. So a big difference in 8 years, and that's all been because of the great leadership and the policies of President Trump.
Absolutely. I remember in 2016 when Donald Trump came in, he was really rocking the boat.
Right.
And Some people were brave enough to be outspoken about their opinions, like I am. I definitely was showing my support for President Trump since the beginning. Like I mentioned in my story, I wanted him to run ever since Obama was in office. So I've been on the Trump train before it even began. But in and around the city, people were very... it was kind of like people were nervous in Ohio at that time. But when I was at the RNC in Milwaukee this year, like you said, it was very unified. I felt the energy of everybody around everyone was very excited. It almost felt like a sports game when I was in the arena. And people come up to me all the time because I am so outspoken about my views, and they tell me that they're also voting for President Trump, but they might be nervous to say it out loud. But there are a lot more people coming forward to say that they are proudly supporting Donald Trump compared to back 8 years ago.
That's really great. And I so admire you for coming out and just being your true, authentic self. I think what we try to do here at RSBN is share that with people, because we're all about breaking bread with the other side. We're all about having, liberal and conservative friends, because that's a spice of life to have discussion. When I was growing up, too, in the Chicago area, I always thought it was interesting when some teachers would say, hey, don't bring up religion and politics because you might irritate someone. Well, as long as you're doing it out of love and charity, why not have those discussions? And that's something that's always, fueled me. And I joked around with you earlier that my junior year class, we had talked about in college, you had to write papers a certain way sometimes because the grade and the ramification of it made you bolder and to stand up for your own belief system. Same thing with me starting in high school. We had to write on climate change. I said, I'll be happy to write on the topic, but I want this to be my opinion, and not my teacher's opinion. So always important, even if you're a young viewer, if you're, before voting age right now, if you're in high school and you're interested in politics, get on out there, make a stand peacefully and patriotically, be charitable to people, but be your true, authentic self. It's so important. And a reason we can be our true, authentic self against sometimes a mainstream corporate media that is controlled by their oligarchs, we have great sponsors who believe in our freedom of speech and the Bill of Rights. And we'd like to thank American Finance. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with bills these days. I mean, especially us millennials, we're trying to hang in there, make strong careers, and go on to do great things in this world. And food and gas and the power bill, it gets expensive. So if you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Financing. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 per month. And they tap into the home's equity and wipe out high-interest credit card debt. Credit card debt's killing Americans. Over 67% of us have massive, massive credit card debt, and that's a huge thing that's affecting our economy. But these interest rates are just insane, and most of us are carrying these bills month to month with a lot of stress. So if you're only paying the minimum every month, it will take you years to pay that off. So start today. After this rally, call American Finance today. And if you call them today, they can help you out with next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-0299. That is 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. What's great about announcing our sponsors, we have easy ways to remember them, and we put our initials with them, and we're just so happy to partner with them. And thank you again to American Finance for your wonderful partnerships today. While that sun is getting bright and beautiful, but it's a nice breeze today, mid-70s. One of the, I would say, cooler rallies.
Beautiful summer day.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
It's really just refreshing, because some of those days you've been with us, you've been faithful and out there sweating in that sun and making sure you get enough fluids. That's a big thing too. We like to remind the viewers, every rally you go to, make sure you get some breakfast in you, make sure you're drinking a lot of water, some Gatorade, just stay hydrated, because you don't want anyone to get sick. We saw that last month in Charlotte. It was pretty hot, high 80s, and I had the privilege of being with Nikki Stanzione, our other correspondent, and we saw many, many times where paramedic was called. And that's the neat thing, though, about the MAGA crowd, all helping each other, all jovial, all making sure they get the help that's needed. So neighbors being neighbors, and you can't ask for anything better.
It's like a family over here, isn't it?
It really is. It's so much fun, and we are just having the time of our lives, and they are steadily bringing some people in. We have the Front Row Joes, if you could see them. Again, right in the front row. They are lots of fun. There are certain groups that come here on really a regular basis who dedicate their entire summers, their weekdays even, to taking work off and going and supporting their president, sometimes having a rotation like the front row Joes do. And it's become very fun to watch. President Trump will actually call them out while he's on stage and just mention them. There's also these lovely ladies who dress to the nines, and they're actually, I think, based in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. And he always says, "Oh, it's so great to see you. You must have the best husbands because you're always at my rallies." And that brings that sense of a very, very fun and jovial nature to all of these, because these are serious topics too. I mean, he's going to talk about national security today. It's going to be a pretty intense policy speech.
It is. And I also wanted to point out what a beautiful day it is. We're blessed to have this great weather. And what a testament to the bravery of this movement that we're having events outside again.
I love that, and it's such an honor to be out there, and even it's something in the back of my mind to think about, God forbid, what might happen, but I can tell you our Secret Service, very professional, our law enforcement, thank you so much. They are the utmost professionals, and they do a wonderful job, and we have high-pressure jobs being on air, but I mean, they have to be right 110% of the time to make sure everyone's safe, everyone's having a nice time, and they're trained for, God forbid, the worst thing to happen. And thank you to President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance for their courage, the courage of their families to keep fighting for a movement that can help all of America. It does not matter if you're Republican or Democrat. This is truly a populist movement, a more right-of-center populist movement, but one nonetheless that wants to help every American. As he said at the RNC speech a month ago, I'm running to be president of all Americans.
Absolutely. And I don't think it's necessarily a right-wing, left-wing pendulum swing anymore. I think communism is at our door, unfortunately, but this movement is what's going to stop it. And I feel very proud and motivated, and this is a solid movement. It's going to be great.
So how, Megan, as you approach it too with your friends who may not be as political, who might not be really interested, we had talked earlier about the fact that you run into some people who are like, oh, it's President Trump's personality, but how do you approach that when you're looking to maybe swing moderate voters or those who are Republicans who are saying, oh gosh, his personality? How do you address that?
That's a great question, and this happens a lot, and I always use this analogy. If you have heart failure and you need to get emergency surgery to save your life, are you going to go with the surgeon that has a 50% success rate, but he's a really nice guy? Right. Or are you going to use the surgeon with the 95% success rate, but he might be mean? Personally, I would rather have the life-saving surgery, and I'm going to go with the 95% success rate because I want results. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. So look at the platform, look at the results. They speak for themselves.
I love that analogy. I think it's just so smart, and I think everyone can really borrow that and take that home because that's so true. And then if you followed President Trump in his career, I'm always thrilled by the Apprentice story, and I actually had the privilege of working with some Apprentice alumni when I was over at True Social, and they really talked about the guy you saw on camera. Even though it was heightened entertainment, that there was no script on that show. That was the real guy, the real businessman. They were building small companies throughout that show, and I believe it was on season 3, season 4, where the gentleman said, "Hey, sir, I want you to talk about the time you helped the guy with his mortgage." And President Trump he was not president, but this was back in the early 2000s. He did not want to talk about that. So a gentleman in New York City had actually helped President Trump with his limo. They actually had a flat tire. And he found out later that there were some struggles financially. He ended up paying the guy's mortgage off because they had small kids, and so they could get a leg up. And that's the generosity of the man that a lot of people just really don't know because they're listening to the mainstream corporate media who just destroy him and eviscerate him. Yesterday he came back to the podium for really a god-awful, stupid question when the lady, and I'm forgetting where she was from, it might have been, well, I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate on that. But she asked, Mr. President, you are having a rally in a place where the KKK used to be strong. He stopped, he went back and said, Joe Biden came here last year. And it was just a great kind of response to the whole, why are you playing this race baiting game of trying to divide us when you know that it's a gotcha question, and it's just unfair, and they wouldn't even ask that to the other side.
Of course. They always pick a target and then do anything that they can to make them look bad. It's an ends to a means type of mentality versus finding something wrong and then being like, okay, that was the person who committed this issue. But I wanted to mention this too, as someone who's in the Midwest, as a regular American, talking with other people, I really don't see that much of a divide as far as race, like you were saying. The Obamas were very divisive in their speeches last night. I really don't see that. I have friends of all different backgrounds, and we all have fun together. I work with other events with other people of different backgrounds, and everything's fine. It's unity. And then we're hearing from the mainstream media about all this racial tension, and it's like they're creating the racial tension that's not even there.
Right, and that's so interesting. As you know, I've moved down to Georgia, and it is probably one of the most diverse states when you look at different demographics and the numbers, and people like me who grew up in the Midwest, in the Chicago area, now enjoying the South. Wow, the charity and the niceness of everyone really comes through on a daily basis, and it's all about getting out there and being good to your neighbors. So that's another thing in this process, as we are news junkies and we enjoy everything about this, and being here to cover, what an honor it is to cover President Trump and bring this into your home. And thank you for watching RSBN. But it's always nice to take a quick break from media from time to time. Go to church, get involved in your community. A lot of people will ask me, how do I help change my community? Well, run for school boards, run for city councils. That's probably the best way. Also, get active in church. Go and meet with your neighbors. Be communicative, because I think the post-COVID world, that's what we saw. What they tried to take away from us with the pandemic was the idea of, let's close down churches, let's close down gyms, let's not see the people we love. And that was one of the reasons I ended up leaving the Chicago area, because of the crazy lockdowns. I just wanted a better life, and I wasn't able to even see family at times, and it was just sad to go through that. And I'm like, I don't want to live life like that. So this is our time. Our retribution is simply success, peacefully and patriotically, as President Trump has said. Get out there and vote, make a plan. Another policy point of the MAGA agenda and the platform is to make that plan to vote, whether it's early, by mail-in. Of course, President Trump wants the voter ID. He wants paper ballots, but has to win first and able to enact, those new policies, especially at the state level.
Absolutely. And I'm going to ask every single viewer watching this right now, make sure you go out and vote. Tell all your friends and family, because it's going to be an exponential growth issue here, or exponential growth here. As long as you tell other people to vote, we all need to do it. Rain or shine, no excuses. Too big to rig.
Too big to rig. I love it, Megan. I'm Bobby McNeely. We are so happy to be with you here. If you're just tuning in, Asheboro, North Carolina, a just gorgeous summer day in one of the most beautiful states in the entire country. I love North Carolina. It will be so pivotal for how we move forward in this 2024 election. And I'm here with the beautiful, the talented, the extraordinary. If I can't convince you to vote, I bet she could convince you to vote. Megan Kohler, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me, Bobby.
And this is just an incredible moment to be alive in America. We have not many people have been able to come back to the presidency after they have lost an election. Really only one person. That was Grover Cleveland, the Democrat out of, I believe, Ohio. I believe it was your neck of the woods, where he was an absolute superstar. Lost his re-election, but then came back and won with overwhelming numbers. President Trump attempting to do this, and from all of the normal polls out there that actually ask people the real questions, that actually dive in and get real data, he's doing very well. But no one should necessarily rest on their laurels. And clearly President Trump, Senator J.D. Vance, will take that stage that is covered with plexiglass, the Secret Service, local law enforcement, not taking anything for granted. The first outdoor rally since that failed assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th. Where were you for that? Were you watching the coverage? Or, I mean, I had such a pit in my stomach when that happened. We had our very own Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione doing excellent coverage. Such a scary moment in the life of the country.
Well, I was actually on a plane on the way to the RNC in Milwaukee, and I flew from Cleveland to New York and then New York to Milwaukee, and I took off from New York. Everything was fine, said goodbye, to all my friends and family. I'll text you when I land. And then as soon as I land in Milwaukee, I take my phone off airplane mode, and my phone is just flooded with texts and news alert updates, and my heart is pounding again, just reliving this moment. I just see all these updates saying Trump got shot, assassination attempt, but he's going to be okay, And I was just full of adrenaline in the worst way. I was so scared.
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone said he was going to be fine, and he was fine. And then I saw the picture of him with his fists in the air and the blood on his ear, and I was so upset. I was so emotional.
Yeah,
and I'm getting emotional again just thinking about it now. But it was a really interesting story. But when I got to the RNC, it was a bit of an ominous first day when we got in there, but then quickly switched to excitement and enthusiasm, and nothing's going to stop this movement, not even that day.
So well said. It's so true, because that's the thing that's really struck me. I was fortunate enough to be an alternate delegate to the convention, but I had to work and cover with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, which I was very happy to, in Auburn, Alabama, at our studios. And that whole week, Matthew and I were just astounded, whether it be on air or even speaking off air, that it was such a jovial atmosphere. The music was great. You had so much fun. And then I was trying to take as many pictures as I could of fellow delegates and friends who were on the convention floor, and everyone just having a wonderful time. And what a response of hope. The other thing that, and not to harp on it because it was such a sad moment.
Right.
We lost Corey Campitor. What an amazing man who... his wife was recently interviewed, and she talked about how he mentioned that, what if President Trump, he jokingly, brings me up on stage because I'm a firefighter, and he got that beautiful moment. President Trump honoring his uniform on stage, the family thanking President Trump for that, and vice versa. But a man who covered his family to make sure they would live and survive, and perished as a result of simply going to celebrate our beautiful Bill of Rights, our Constitution, our American system of government, a constitutional republic that allows you to engage with the leader of the free world at the top of the ticket, who is such a people's person. Yeah, it's such an emotional time, but the thing that struck President Trump and I think struck everyone that was there, no one flinched. People stood their ground, and the courage of the American people just continues to really inspire me, and really gives me hope, as I am so fortunate enough to get to cover these wonderful MAGA patriots, because it's just as much about them as it is President Donald Trump and all of his sacrifices.
Right, and that is a great point, that typically in a situation like that, people would go running and chaos would ensue, but nobody flinched, nobody moved, and the crowd remained standing and hopeful, and of course erupted in cheers when President Trump stood up. And it was just such a magnificent moment and an iconic moment in history.
It will be, and there's no question about that. And I've spoken to some law enforcement professionals just in my personal time, and some friends who are actually former snipers, and they said it's amazing that you got that iconic picture to begin with, because in normal situations, the candidate or the sitting office holder would have been dragged to that car. And of course, there are ongoing investigations into that, about how we can make sure that never happens again. But that really, courage under fire. We've got two iconic photos now. President Trump, the arrest photo, the mugshot, that I have a t-shirt of that. And now you have the iconic fight, 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 and that fist pump in the air, covered in blood. The interesting thing about that too, a lot of biblical prowess for it, because in the Levitical priesthood in the Old Testament, the blood to be set apart to share not only the gospel, the word of God at the time, but Aaron and his sons were anointed with the blood of the lamb or a pig, the sacrifice, on the right ear, usually the right thumb or right middle finger, and then the right large toe, to go out to be set apart to share God's story and his word. And that gave me goosebumps when I heard that story, because I wasn't aware of that until after the assassination attempt. So I think there's a lot of divine intervention that was involved in that. There's no question about that.
Yeah, if anyone was ever doubting that there was divine intervention, if you look at the entire sequence of events and how it all played out, God was in this. God protected President Trump. and he's going to continue to work through this movement.
Oh, he really is. And we've seen that in this country. He's working through all things. And clearly, President Trump has addressed this on a couple of occasions. And he said, you're really not going to talk about it, or he's not going to talk about it in depth again. But a few podcasters have asked, and he's been very open in sharing all that and on that reflection. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors because we can get on air here and talk to you about all these amazing developments, this campaign, and everything that's happening in American politics right now. And one of those great companies is the Wellness Company, the Spike Support Formula. Hear me out here. Damar Hamlin, Jamie Foxx, Bonnie James, turbo cancers, blood clots, myocarditis, miscarriages. We have a pretty good idea of what's going on here, even if the mainstream media won't say it out loud. Meanwhile, you have great professionals. Dr. Peter McCullough, who's been canceled. His team of doctors and several from President Trump's 2020 Advisory Committee on COVID, they were censored for recommending IVM and the hydrochloroquine, and it's still saving lives every day. These doctors have come together to bring you the Wellness Company. The most common question that Dr. McCullough and his Wellness Company doctors get asked is, how do I get this out of my body? This being the spike protein. This legacy of the virus and the vaccines is linked to all kinds of illnesses, long-term health issues, and while we won't know the extent of this for years to come now, there's something you can do to make sure you protect yourself and your family. Spike Support Formula is a unique combination of targeted ingredients researched to block and dissolve COVID spike protein in the bloodstream. So whether you got the shot, you had a rough time go with COVID, or you're just watching and more research about this and you're concerned about the vaccine shedding, spike protein is a serious concern. So hundreds of people, vaccinated or not, have reported better mental clarity, increase energy levels, and as we fight to make America great again, you need to be taking these steps to protect yourself and your family to create a healthier environment. So go to makeamericagreatagain.com and get that pre-COVID feeling with a bottle of Spike Support. Use RSBN to save 15% off your order. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Code RSBN at checkout, 15% off. I think I might just try that out myself, but I shared with you, I was in the mainstream news, and that was all the way up in Anchorage, Alaska, of all places, during the COVID time, and I was faced with a vaccine mandate. I'm a cancer survivor myself. I was on the fence, and I asked whether or not I should take that, and I sought medical profession and professionals, and the recommendation was to not take it, and thank God I did not take it. Looking back now, I don't regret not taking it. I had COVID once during Thanksgiving of 2020, and it ended up costing me my job up there, but ended up being a huge blessing in disguise, getting to work for True Social,
right,
getting back into the MAGA movement and serving my community in a better way, and now blessed to be here with all the fine folks and here with Megan at RSBN.
How did you feel about the vaccine mandate as it came to people losing their jobs or weren't able to go do anything in regular society? I mean, I feel that's such a draconian, creepy thing to do.
Well, it's interesting because the Vice President, Kamala Harris, talks about, oh my gosh, hands off our bodies and my body, my choice. It's been a huge line of hers this week. Well, if that was the case, Democrats, and I shouldn't say that because we might have some great Democrats watching, great Democrat voters. But Democrat leadership, if it's true, my body, my choice, why did people have to lose their jobs? Why did they lose their livelihoods?
Right.
Why have people died from vaccine injury or even the spike proteins? Why have you tried to destroy Dr. Peter McCullough's life? It's countless stories we're seeing now of blood clots, of young men having massive heart attacks for no reason. I heard a story this week that a gentleman, he's a dean at a school near me in Atlanta, Georgia. He was driving into school just started down there, massive heart attack as his car ran right into a wall and gone instantly.
Wow.
40 years old. And it's tragic to see that, lives destroyed, families destroyed because my body, my choice. Wow, Democrats, I think you might have to change your policy points because clearly you want to control people. And
right,
at the end of the day, it's just not right.
Yeah, that typically seems to be their playbook, as an ends to a means. Whatever their goal is, they're going to use that agenda tidbit for that part of their agenda. So my body, my choice applied to reproductive rights, as they call it, abortion, but my body, my choice does not apply to vaccine mandates. So why does the phrase only stand with certain parts of their agenda? It's all about control. It's all about pushing their beliefs and agenda on the American people, and it's just sad.
And at the end of the day, truly fascist, because when you look at a situation like abortion, it's actually two bodies are affected. And what we have at the DNC in Chicago this week outside the United Center, a stadium I loved, the world champion Chicago Blackhawks, in 2010, 2013,
Go
2015.
Blackhawks.
Go Blackhawks. Oh, Cleveland girl, go Blackhawks. I love it.
I'm supporting you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then you also have the Chicago Bulls of the 1990s. I spent a lot of time just admiring the grit and the tenacity of great Chicago teams over the years. The United Center, outside of that, where the convention is this week, giving free vasectomies, free abortions. If I was there, if we were in the field there, I'd knock on that door and ask, where are you a doctor? Where's your license?
Right.
Is this sanitary? You're just giving this out willy-nilly? Is it a sacrifice to Moloch? What are you doing? How cruel and how sick and hopeless it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I was really shocked by that. It made me very sad.
I remember when they first started pushing the reproductive rights abortion agenda, they were saying they wanted to make it safe and rare. They wanted abortions to be sparing, but now they're doing it on demand in a bus outside the DNC. It's pretty peculiar how they switched it up since then. And I really think it just comes down to population control. They don't want people reproducing. They don't want anyone to have babies, and then the men are getting vasectomies. So it's pretty clear to me.
Oh, yes. And my old friend Charlie Kirk says, you want to be a rebel in this society nowadays, get married and go have kids. It's for the furtherment of Western civilization. And I think that Western civilization as a whole, we were talking about what's going on in the UK, no freedom of speech, arrests over, they were threatening Americans if they came over to London. The London mayor said, we would arrest you for X, Y, and Z if you believe in these things. I mean, Western civilization is under attack in this day and age. And one of the best ways to combat that is to go home, love your husband, love your wife, have children, go to church. And that's the best way you can make a difference in your community. And everyone has a sphere of influence. I think we forget about that. But I'm also looking forward to former President Bill Clinton's speech, because as you mentioned, he accepted the nomination in 1996 for re-election at the United Center in Chicago. He was all about safe, legal, and rare. President Trump has made his position clear of we need to have as limited of abortions as possible. Of course, it'll be up to the states. I won't overrule the courts. And thank God for the Roe v. Wade decision ending, thanks to a Trump-appointed Supreme Court.
Amen.
But like he said, certain exceptions of life of the mother, of rape, of incest, President Trump wants to protect those the moments of where there may be exceptions so states and localities can make those decisions. He's been very clear about that. But also Bill Clinton on the liberal end of things so many years ago, safe, legal, rare. That seems to be an extreme point for the Democrat Party now. I'm surprised he's still a Democrat.
Yeah, from 1997 to now, it seems like completely different. It's light years away from what it used to be. They've just gone so radical. And if you've noticed, over the past couple of years, they've been really ramping it up because their plan was to have Hillary Clinton in office, but Donald Trump came in and ruined their plans. So they've been really accelerating what they've been wanting to do over the past couple of years. And I think people are starting to see that.
And that's the thing, too. Whenever I feel like a little bit down the dumps, which is hard to do nowadays because of how exciting this election year is, I just like to go back to the people who said, oh, there's no way he's going to be president, including George Clooney. You've probably seen that compilation video.
It's pretty funny.
It has the radical lady, and I don't know her name, but she was screaming during his inauguration and just whining, and the grinding of teeth, the wailing and moaning, as it says in the Bible. You have those situations of the far left, some evil entities that clearly did not want him to succeed, and he was a private citizen who had a glamorous lifestyle. all earned through hard work, through dedication. He built an incredible business, learned it from his father, but his dad, Fred Trump, a great successful gentleman who was successful in Queens and the Bronx and in the other boroughs outside of Manhattan, doing middle and low-income housing. Not an easy task, but President Donald Trump, as a young man, said, I want to go to Manhattan. I'm going to build there. I'm going to take care of the Commodore Hotel. I'm going to save the ice rink. Mayor Ed Koch, back in the 80s, leaning on Donald Trump for that help and bringing in those private public entities, using that knowledge. He had dealt with so many city councils around the world building the beautiful buildings. One of my favorite spots is Rhubar on the second floor, the Trump Tower in Chicago, and that was always a fun spot for us, for young Republicans to go visit, because Chicago is a bit liberal and some people would boycott that. But we just really, really loved and enjoyed going there for our favorite cocktails or a non-alcoholic beverage, and always waiting if the president would walk on in there. You never know. But Donald Trump changed skylines. New York City, Chicago. He saved the post office in Washington, D.C., saying, one way or another, I'm getting to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, and down the street, the beautiful post office, which now the Waldorf Astoria now owns. But what an American success story, a private businessman who has gone into fight in the public realm using that knowledge to make America great again. And we are going to go back to the studio. For Megan Kohler, I'm Bobby McNeely. We'll see you back in a bit, all the way back to the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in Auburn, Alabama.
All right, thank you, Bobby and Megan, out there live in Asheboro, North Carolina, doing an awesome job there. Just the amount of great points made. I've been watching, as you guys have been here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be going right back out there to Asheboro. We know there are about 30,000 people that live just in that smaller town south of Greensboro, North Carolina. Speaking of the Tar Heel State, we're looking at 16 electoral votes up for grabs come this November. Obviously 270 to win. So looking forward to seeing North Carolina do what they do best, win for the red. Let's be real, 2016 and 2020 elections, both to President Trump. Looking to see that happen again, a three-peat for 2024. Obviously, a very busy week here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we cover President Trump and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance's moves across the country. Yesterday, of course, President Trump was in Michigan. On Monday, it was in Pennsylvania. Today in North Carolina, and then tomorrow in Arizona along the southern border. And then on Friday, they go to Glendale, Arizona for a rally. Prior to that rally, President Trump will stop in Nevada and Las Vegas. So 5 states, 5 days, all the coverage you need right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Now, a lot of failures, of course, on the DNC side when it comes to all the lies that they keep sharing there at the DNC. Speaking of lies and things that were missed, there is someone that is a Trump-endorsed candidate who revealed some more information about the left. His name is Hung Cao. Now, he is the Virginia senatorial candidate. Here's that interview from earlier today. You know that was a good interview right there. Obviously, technical difficulties right there as my face frozen in time. We'll try and re-rack that and play that a little later. But I won't reveal the information from that interview until that interview is ready. Okay, the director says it is ready, so let's hopefully not see me freeze like that. Here's Hung Cao, the Virginia senatorial candidate out of Virginia. And Virginia senatorial candidate Hung Cao joins us once again here at Right Side. Sir, you were talking about earlier off camera that there's something with the F-22s off the East Coast. What were we talking about there?
Yes. So Langley Air Force Base is the home of F-22s, the only base in the United States that has F-22 squadrons. And in December of 2023, a Chinese drone was flying off of a ship. The ship was inside our territorial waters, so that means it was protected by a lot of our laws. And because the Chinese know our laws better than we do. And so we were not able to jam them. We had all the equipment right there to jam and take down this drone, but what we needed was what's called an exception to policy. And Tim Kaine, who's the senator from Virginia, who's on the Senate Armed Services Committee, could have submitted something like that to the Biden administration to get an exception to policy, but he didn't do that. And this shut down F-22 flights, and it made Langley Air Force Base vulnerable for 8 days.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Is this something that you've seen at all in the mainstream media?
No, not at all. It's been hidden all over the mainstream media. They don't talk about this, and these are the incursions that are happening in our country that no one talks about. We've talked about the balloon because you can't miss that. It was loitering over our strategic sites for days, but this was something where they wanted to keep it hush hush. And guys like Tim Kaine, I think they were too busy planning their Christmas vacation to really worry about the safety and security of an Air Force base in Virginia.
So a timely story right now that Hung Cao shared with us here at Right Side when President Trump today takes the stage in North Carolina talking about national security and making America strong again. So obviously that's the way it was under that first Trump administration, right? It was peace through strength. Nobody messed with the United States. And there was peace, right? There was no new wars. Something that we want to see once again coming up, hopefully within months, right? So January 20th is almost around the corner. We definitely know November is when it comes to the election being obviously less than 3 months from now. So that is what everybody's watching. We want to see the foreign policy agenda from President Trump. We know a lot about it when it comes to the GOP platform. And also today he'll share that with the American people there in North Carolina. This is interesting. All week the DNC has been sharing all of their lies and false narratives. But then on the right, it's the common sense and the truth being shared by President Trump, J.D. Vance, and many others within the movement, including Hung Cao. We also interviewed Joe Kent the other day and plenty of others. So we're seeing a lot of unity when it comes to people that are on Team Freedom and Team Truth. So it's always awesome to see that. Let's talk about a couple more things, and we'll be going back out there to Asheboro, North Carolina. We know that there are reports floating around that RFK Jr. may drop out and endorse President Trump and possibly even join, the administration. Who knows how far that would go? But we are hearing. I've seen it in the New York Post and other outlets out there that President Trump may get that endorsement from RFK Jr. So if that obviously news breaks maybe this week or next week, we'll have that for you here on Right Side. Also, under Joe Biden and Harris, our finances, as you guys know, have been really skyrocketing. Car insurance up 54%, hotels up 51%, gas is up 50%. So not only are we losing money, unfortunately and terribly, we are also losing lives in our country because of a southern border that's wide open, and also all of the crime that's happening. I mean, the country is hemorrhaging. It really is. We need law and order. As you know, we need the southern border to be closed. Speaking of that southern border, Cochise County in Arizona tomorrow, President Trump will be there. And we'll be there as well, live there in Arizona. And then on Friday, the great rally in Glendale, and also that Las Vegas stop for President Trump. So a lot of coverage to be had. Of course, we'll see there at 12 o'clock. The pre-program will start. If we can see maybe a live picture from Asheboro as we get ready to toss it back out to Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, who are our correspondents on the ground there. Always fun to see everyone just having a good time, but also sharing real talking points, real things that the American people have told us here at Right Side, and we are a voice for you, as is conservative media. So wonderful to have that opportunity here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, two sponsors, or one sponsor I want to thank, and then we'll get to the ability if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network. But let's go with the Wellness Company first. This is the Contagion Emergency Kit that you can get in the mail if you go to makecaregreatagain.com. This is the medical emergency kit. So the kinds of prescription medicine and drugs that you'll get could be anything from ivermectin to amoxicillin or a Z-Pak. Others are in there as well, but the first thing to do is to reach out to them, makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSBN to get savings on these great products. Now, you'll have to fill out a medical form, get everything on the up and up with the doctors there, and then you'll get the prescriptions mailed to you. But it's always good to have emergency kits like this at your fingertips, whether it's in the car or at your house, or especially on a vacation. You don't want to come down with something and not have the right kind of medicine to help with that. I believe in prayer as well. So you pray and you take the right medicine. It's not a bad combination. So right there, you can see makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSBN. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we cover all of the rallies, the events, travel the entire country, and all for, of course, President Trump, but also to cover what's going on out there, right, in the world. By interviewing many of you that we have over the years since 2015. RSBN just celebrating 9 years of broadcasting live events, and it's come a long way, and it's come from a great idea from our founder when it came to the fact that President Trump said, why aren't the cameras showing the crowds and not covering all the speeches? Well, back in 2015, that's where Joe Seals said, you know what, I've got an idea. And boy, has that idea taken off here in 2024. So since then, till 2024. So if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's texting RSBN to 801-801. So all you have to do is text in the message RSBN, and then in the number part of the top of the phone, type 801-801. And if you'd like to donate, whether literally $1, $2, $5 or more, whatever you can is great. If you can't right now, we understand, because again, if you look at the prices that skyrocketed under Biden and Harris, we understand obviously if you can't, but if you can, please do. So thank you guys again so much for watching here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be going back out there to Asheboro, North Carolina in just a little bit. And we know that that's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler who are out there in Asheboro. Once again, about 30,000 people for the population there, south of Greensboro and that Raleigh-Durham area. So an area I've never been to before, but I've definitely been up to Charlotte and some other towns out there covering it during the primary. Actually, in 2023, doing some coverage there. And then would love to get to Asheville. We saw Bobby McNeely there the other day. Asheville here is a beautiful area. So we'll be going there live for not only the pre-program, which starts in about 18 minutes. J.D. Vance, of course, you see there, will speak at 1 o'clock. Then President Trump starts at 2 o'clock today. So obviously great to be able to cover this from wall to wall when it comes to the speeches that will happen. Other than the under Harris and Biden prices that have skyrocketed, the DNC this week, as Bobby and Megan were talking about out there, so many lies and so many terrible things that are going on, pretty much talking about Donald Trump the whole time and not really talking about any of the issues at hand, many of them here in the country, not talking about any achievements that they have, because guess what? Newsflash, breaking news into the newsroom, there haven't been any. What achievements really have they made other than tearing the fabric of our country down and going against the Constitution? You know, people that are on the left that are so extreme, they really want to tear down the Constitution. I'm not talking about every Democrat. I'm just talking about certain leaders that we see, as President Trump has called Kamala Harris, Conrad, Kamala, that kind of thing. Yeah. So anyway, so there's so many different names being discussed out there. I do know, again, that the DNC, it's basically a huge smokescreen of fakery, right? They spoke all about all of these Democrat policies to help the people of the country, but all they do is want to lead us to a godless, communist government control operation. That's the facts. That's what I believe. So what we're seeing is the opposite side of that is President Trump and J.D. Vance, who want this country to be made great again. As I said earlier, we'll get off the negative side of this, because it's why give the left any headlines, especially when it's the leadership of the left. But I do want to say one thing that somebody told me the other day that was watching the DNC. They told me that at their best, they've been a massive failure. Speaking about the Harris-Biden camp. At their best, they've been a massive failure. And I heard that comment and I said, you know, that's one way to describe it, and that's so true. At their best for President Trump, and at his best, we saw what we saw for the first 4 years of his administration. And think about now, even more awareness, even more knowledge on what we're coming up against and how great our country could become for the next 4 years and hopefully beyond under a new Trump administration that will bring freedom, that will bring peace, that will get the world back in line. Let's be real. I mean, Viktor Orban in Hungary, he agrees, right? He's not a United States citizen. He's been here before with President Trump, but he has another country he has to take care of, and he's taking care of it well. There's freedom and security in Hungary. You look at El Salvador, you look at a number of these other countries out there that have freedom candidates and freedom presidents and prime ministers, and things are a lot better in that country. We do see what happened in Venezuela with Maduro. We do see what happened in the UK with the recent Keir Starmer win there for the prime minister of that country. Censorship and a lot of things that are anti-freedom. So obviously what we want is pro-freedom and our Constitution to continue to be the law of the land, and that's exactly what President Trump will bring with J.D. Vance as his running mate. Just yesterday, if you heard President Trump in Howell, Michigan, during part of that, he said something along the lines of that he is just a common sense guy. He said that yesterday. I was surprised to hear him kind of open up in that way. He literally said, I'm just a common sense guy. And that's what he is, common sense and truth, but also super strong and ready to take back the country with all of us, we the people. So that's it for now here in the studio. Let's go back out to Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, who are live there in Asheboro, North Carolina.
Still a good morning, a very happy morning from Asheboro, North Carolina. I'm Bobby McNeely with the dashing, the daring, the dazzling Megan Kohler. So good to have you with us today.
I just love your introductions, Bobby. You're so sweet.
You're pretty sweet, too.
Thank you.
It's a good combo. We're having a blast out here today. Getting a little bit of a suntan and sunshine. So whenever you come to these events, make sure you bring a little sunscreen. Make sure you bring a little bit of a full belly, not too full. But you need that energy, and you need the H2O, a lot of water,
for sure.
Some Gatorade. Just stay hydrated, because you don't want to get sick of one of these things. But today's a beautiful day, mid-70s. We have a number of great dignitaries walking in. Senator Judd of North Carolina is here. We have Jason Simmons, we were just speaking to off camera. We might get a chance to speak with him on camera for a moment. He is the new North Carolina GOP Chairman. Of course, Mr. Michael Whatley was in that position, but now is the RNC co-chair, along with Laura Trump, doing an extraordinary job in their own capacity to make sure there's election integrity, make sure lawyers are on the ground ready to go, and to deal with any of the shenanigans that might happen with this upcoming election right around the corner. Megan and I were just talking off camera. We haven't seen the platform of the Democrats on their website.
Where is it?
Yeah, that's a great question, because the 20 promises from President Trump and the MAGA movement have been extremely transparent. We've talked about that a lot on this network, but where are the policy platforms of the DNC, the Democrats, and why are they going on stage so late for their keynotes? Really interesting. I was watching President Obama last night, but it was roughly getting into 11:30, Eastern Standard Time when we got in late to North Carolina. So I thought, I might as well watch this as much as I'm going to criticize it and laugh at it.
Right.
But today I'm excited because this is going to be a foreign policy focused speech. You see the beautiful World War II era planes in the background. That beautiful American flag, of course, is all eerily reminiscent.
It's a great setting.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Butler, Pennsylvania. This is the first outdoor rally since Butler on July 13th when an attempted assassin tried to take the life of President Donald Trump. Courageously, he stood there and said, fight, 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 taking on anyone who would ever have any woes regarding that. So I'm excited to be here with you, Megan, and to look over this. And I think we're going to steal for a moment. Mr. Chairman. Sorry, a little bit tight there. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
So good to see you.
Appreciate
Everything.
it. Welcome to North Carolina.
Oh, would you like this mic here there?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's great to be in beautiful North Carolina. I love this state. We've been here, several times the last few months. And just share with us how pivotal it is to the 2024 election.
Well, North Carolina's 16 electoral votes. We're going to make sure we deliver that to President Trump, get him to 270, and we're going to celebrate.
Wonderful. And how are you doing that specifically? Are you working with Trump Force 47? Of course, Mr. Michael Whatley was in your position, now the national chairman with Laura Trump. How is that working on a state level coordinated with the national campaign?
Yeah, we're grateful for President Trump and especially Chairman Whatley and co-chair Laura Trump and all of their efforts here in North Carolina to make sure that we have the investments and the team in place to get out the vote, especially one conversation at a time. That's what we continue to see that's making the difference, where we're out knocking doors, making those phone calls, but more importantly, talking to our neighbors and getting them out to vote.
And Mr. Simmons, what do you suggest to those neighbors specifically? Should they go out and vote early? Should they mail in ballots? Should they wait to the day of? What is your approach to make sure it's successful in North Carolina?
Well, what we've heard from President Trump and what we're continuing to echo is go out and vote on October 17th, the first day of early vote. We want to make sure that we have the largest turnout for early vote and get our people out to vote early and get President Trump over the finish line.
And that's something we're encouraging even at RSBN because we're on the ground doing everything on a regular basis. We're going to be really busy up through Election Day. So I'm planning to vote early. I'm a Georgia resident. October 15th is my first day, but you heard it here first, folks. October 17th, if you're in North Carolina, get out there and vote. And how are you going after different demographics, different coalitions that might have not been political before or may have not even voted before? How are you trying to enhance the success of 2016 and 2020, both years going for President Trump?
Well, it's taking President Trump's message. It resonates with all voters, and especially all demographics and everywhere in North Carolina, our urban areas, our suburban areas, as well as everywhere else, especially in our urban centers. What we're talking about is lowering taxes, reducing regulation. These are the things that are going to make sure that our economy is unleashed, and especially when President Trump talks about unleashing our energy independence once again. These are the things that are going to drive down the price of everything. Not what we're hearing from Kamala Harris, these arbitrary price controls, where we're going to see more government control, more government influence in everything that we do. That's only going to create shortages and increase prices.
And Mr. Chairman, what are you most excited about today? You've been to many of these rallies. What's the most exciting part of the speech you're expecting? A national security speech focused on strong policy coming from our former and future president.
Well, we're excited to have both the president as well as J.D. Vance, welcoming them to North Carolina and hearing about how we're going to strengthen our standing in the world. What we've seen over the last 3.5 years is really just sad. We've seen the withdrawal in Afghanistan. We've seen us turn our back on our partners in the Middle East with Israel, where they're being attacked through their proxies by Iran. You've seen Ukraine attacked by Russia. These are the things that we're going to continue to hear from President Trump, as well as the strong message on the southern border, strengthening the southern border, making sure the wall is in place, making sure that we have migrants that come through legally, not illegally, and make sure also to stop the overflow of fentanyl coming across the border.
And now getting very loud with this energy that's here, of course. How has illegal immigration affected North Carolina?
Well, we've had individuals that have been picked up on the terror watch list here in North Carolina. That's scary. We don't know why they're here and what they're doing. We want to make sure that we have individuals that come into our country legally, and that's the right process. And when we have individuals that are coming across our border illegally, that's concerning. What are they doing here, and why are they here?
Absolutely. Chairman Jason Simmons, ladies and gentlemen, North Carolina GOP. Sir, thank you for your time. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. We look forward to having you again.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Presentation of colors.
Sorry for the tight squeeze there. We have the presentation of colors upcoming at the Trump rally in North Carolina.
Present colors.
Retire colors.
Are you ready to see the next President and Vice President of the United States of America? Are you ready for a president that's going to make our streets safe again? Ready for a president that's going to make our military strong again? Ready for a president that's going to make manufacturing productive again? Ready for a president that's going to make homeownership affordable again? Are you ready for a president that's going to make America great again? He cannot do that without your help, and he cannot do that without the help of Almighty God. Will you remove your hats and let's go to the Lord in a word of prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many blessings upon the United States of America. We pray today for the safety of our land from those who would dare to do us harm. We pray for the strength of our military as they risk their very lives for our safety. We pray for the stamina of our workers as they provide for the many needs of our land. We pray for the spirituality of our leaders. You said, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Father, forgive us for where we have strayed from your commandments and grant us mercy. We pray today for President Donald J. Trump that you would protect him from the many attacks being leveled against him. Give him the wisdom of Solomon as he makes the best decisions for our country. Give him the courage of Joshua as he confronts the evil and its many co-conspirators. Give him the self-control of Daniel to wait for what's best rather than for what's easy. Give him the favor of Joseph so even his enemies choose to be at peace with him. Father, your word says you remove kings and you set up kings. We humbly ask that you would make President Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States of America. And we ask that you would put guardian angels around him to protect his every step. Thank you for how you have blessed our country. And we thank you for how you are going to bless our country in the days ahead. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Hi, I'm Greg Seabold. I'm the sheriff of Randolph County. I appreciate everyone being here today. This is an important day, a big day for Randolph County, the biggest day for Randolph County. And welcome to a Second Amendment Constitution county. I want everyone to know how important it is to get up with your neighbors, get up with your friends, make calls, get people to the polls. We need to not only beat the Democratic Party, we need to annihilate them. We need to really get a lot of votes, and it's up to you to do it. This is what it's about, the energy. I talked to a young lady last night. It's not about politics, but it's about what she experiences here. It's like a awakening. So I appreciate everyone being here. If you need anything, please contact one of your local police officers, deputies that are walking around. And I want you to give a big shout out to all the law enforcement that are here today. We also would like to thank you for your support. Secret Service has done an excellent job. I am very much impressed with what they have done. Give them a round of applause. And now I want you to take your hats off, find the flag, and we're going to do our Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Good job.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage retired Major General Ed Reeder.
Sun coming up over New York City.
How y'all doing? Damn fine today. Hey, listen, I am a proud American veteran, and I'll definitely be voting for Donald J. Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army. Why am I voting for President Trump? Because President Trump did more for the military veterans than any other president in modern day history. And I'll repeat that. President Trump did more for the military veterans than any other president in modern history, and you can fact check that. A vote for President Trump is a vote for a strong and resilient armed forces, one that's focused on defending our great nation and the American people, not distracted by pronoun training or other woke policies. I'm voting for an armed forces capable of closing with and destroying any threat to the United States that's feared by our enemies and revered by our allies. I'm voting for the preservation of our Second Amendment, the right that protects all. I'm voting for a world leader who can reestablish, and I say again, reestablish trust and confidence from our global partners. A president who commands respect on the world stage, a leader who makes our adversaries think twice before even considering harming Americans, knowing the consequences will be swift and decisive. I'm voting for a leader who will address the root causes of international terrorism and not the symptoms. Shia militia groups, the Houthis, the Hamas, Hezbollah, they all target our allies and our troops, but they're merely proxies for the true villain, and that's Iran. Yet the Biden-Harris administration policies have only strengthened this threat. The Biden-Harris administration lifted the sanctions on Iran, allowing them to produce 1.5 million barrels of oil a day, with 90% of Iran's oil exports going to China. Iran made $35.8 billion, almost $36 billion in the last 12 months, ending in March. They are now the third largest producer in OPEC, and thanks to this current administration, Iran has plenty of funding to sponsor and export terrorism around the globe. I'm voting for a leader who has the credibility to negotiate lasting peace, one who global leaders trust and who can build strong coalition because the United States, under his leadership, is reliable, trustworthy, and dependable. I'm voting for legal immigration and a secure southern border. What viable nation allows over 10 million plus illegal entries and then lies to its people, claiming the borders are secure? The FBI has already raised concerns about suspected terrorists exploiting our southern border to gain access to the United States. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this threat is real, and ISIS is here. So it's not a matter of if another terrorist attack will occur, it's a matter of when. I'm voting for a president who will confront the fentanyl crisis head on, a crisis that has claimed hundreds of thousands of American lives and devastated countless families. The Chinese and Mexican cartels are profiting from our inaction, while the mainstream media remains largely silent, and this must end. I'm voting for law and order in our country, for our police, and for the right to voice my opinion without fear of censorship or cancellation. And finally, I'm voting for the future of this great nation so our children and grandchildren can enjoy the liberties and freedoms our forefathers envisioned. President Donald Trump has already accomplished all this during his last administration. You've lived through 4 years of his leadership. You've seen what he can achieve, and you've all reaped the benefits. Now, under the Biden-Harris administration, you're witnessing our country come off the rails with a failing economy, weakened national security, soaring prices, unrelenting crime, open borders, and a disastrous foreign policy. So you've seen both administrations. The choice is friggin' simple. Go with the proven leader for President of the United States. Re-elect Donald J. Trump. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Richard Hudson.
If I don't survive, I was born
Are you ready to welcome to our community the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump? It is an honor to be your congressman, and it is a special honor to be Fort Bragg's congressman. The men and women who serve at Fort Bragg put their life on the line to keep our country safe. They represent the best of America, and I'm honored to get to be their congressman. We're proud to airborne and special operators who are the tip of the spear call our community home. And we know that when the Commander-in-Chief dials 911, they answer the phone at Fort Bragg. But folks, time and again, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have let down our brave men and women in uniform. Kamala Harris said she was the last person in the room with Joe Biden when they both decided together to pull out of Afghanistan. It was the most humiliating American defeat since the fall of Saigon. It was a disgrace. Thousands of American citizens were left behind, and tens of thousands of Afghan patriots who fought alongside our troops were left behind. It is a disgrace. Kamala Harris should be ashamed. But you know who paid the heaviest price? 13 service members who died at the attack at the Abbey Gate. One of those brave men who died lived here in our community. I attended his interment at Arlington National Cemetery and watched his young widow receive the flag that had adorned his casket. Later, his mother visited me in Washington and we cried together. Folks, it didn't have to happen. And it's an insult to the service of the 13 we lost that day and to so many others who fought and bled and died in Afghanistan that we left the way we did. And it's a disgrace that we left behind billions of arms and supplies and helicopters and vehicles. The Taliban paraded these spoils around just last week to celebrate the anniversary of their victory against America. It's infuriating, and we have Kamala Harris to thank for it. But folks, her weakness, sadly, isn't isolated to Afghanistan a few years ago. Just this year, there have been 153 attacks on our troops in Syria and Iraq, another 200 last year. And Kamala Harris has done nothing. No response. And our troops aren't even allowed to defend themselves. Iran is emboldened, raining missiles on our bases in the Middle East and injuring our soldiers. All the while, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden meekly cower to the pro-Hamas left in the Democrat Party, endangering American lives and undermining our ally Israel. Now Kamala Harris is trying to lie her way to the White House, but we're not going to let that happen because we know the truth. And we will never forget. You know what else we'll never forget? President Donald J. Trump always had our troops back. President Trump knows that strength is the key to peace, that standing up to our enemies is how we protect our friends and our troops. When Donald Trump was president, our allies respected us and our enemies feared us. I really believe we're at a turning point in this country. That's why I believe God spared President Trump from the assassin's bullet. I'll never forget watching that day as President Trump got up off that stage, blood dripping off his face. He wasn't cowering, was he? What did he say to us? Fight, fight, fight. Folks, this is about the future of America. President Trump is ready to fight for you. So I have to ask you, are you ready to fight for President Trump? I know you're not going to let him down. Together, we're going to save this country. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump. God bless the United States. Thank you.
I was born free.
And an exciting start to the Trump rally here in Asheboro, North Carolina. If you're just joining me, and the wonderful Megan Kohler, I'm Bobby McNeely. Welcome to RSBN on a beautiful day in Asheboro, North Carolina, just mid-70s, beautiful sunshine, and just the speakers starting out, hitting on those elements of, wow, really reflecting on that first outdoor rally since the assassination attempt on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. We see some overflow crowd coming in on the side, and also snipers adorning the rooftops of eerily similar architecture to what was in Butler, Pennsylvania, but speakers just praising law enforcement and the Secret Service for their efforts and what they continue to do to protect our future president and future vice president.
I do think it's quite symbolic that we're out here again at an outdoor event, and great protection all around, great enthusiasm. There's so many people here. The people in line were cheering. They've been lined up since early this morning, and I even think that there's going to be an overflow crowd. What do you think? That it just get to listen in, because there's so many people. I mean, there's limited seats, but that's how big the enthusiasm is of this movement, that there's so many people here that hopefully they can get in, but I'm not sure if we're all going to fit.
Well, that's always why you got to get here early when the sun comes up to a Trump rally, because the overflow crowd, it's fun to watch them come in, and it's going to be on two sides around the press pool, and they have these excited look on their faces like, oh my gosh, I got in. I got in just at the right time. And this is just as loud of a rally already as it can be indoors. We've been doing a lot of the decibel markers, and sometimes even when we're right next to each other, hard to hear each other at times, but the music is going and having a wonderful time, and we are hearing a theme of Make America Strong Again. This is supposed to be a speech from Senator J.D. Vance and former President Trump on national security, the border crisis, what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, in the Middle East, how they will address this. And we were just fortunate right before the speakers came out to have a conversation with Chairman Simmons of the North Carolina GOP, and he explained some of what's happening even in North Carolina on how many illegal aliens are even in this state, technically not a border state, but as we've been reporting the facts here at RSBN, illegal immigration affecting every state in the union, and the fact that ISIS is here. And for some sheriffs and former military who have addressed the crowd already, mentioning that it's not if, but when that the terrorists will strike in America again. That's a scary thought.
Right. I think the border is going to be the #1 topic today. We'll see what President Trump and J.D. Vance have to say about that. But I think it's a disgrace what Kamala has done with the border. We had the most secure border we've had ever, and then she comes in with all these executive actions to basically dismantle everything that President Trump has done. So hopefully we can get it back to where it was and make America safe again.
No question about that. And in the meantime, as we're saving America, you need to make sure you sleep well. And our friends at My Pillow, Mike Lindell, a great man, is just getting ready for even bigger and better offers than ever before. So is your son or daughter heading off to college soon? Maybe they already have, getting ready. I know down in Auburn, we have seen the students filing in, getting ready for what's sure to be an exciting school year, football right around the corner. But My Pillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza, so you're in luck. Mike Lindell and his dedicated employees have been part of cancel culture, so they want to pass the savings directly to you. Of course, these guys have put up with so much nonsense from the left. A 2-pack multi-use MyPillow is just $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. Beach towels, $25. Their 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, $25. Couch and recliner pillars, oh my gosh, $25. Sheets and blankets, only starting at $25. That's a good deal, even for a guy like me, not let alone, the college students getting back to their important studies. But another amazing offer is on the My Mattress Topper for the college dorm room beds. You know these beds aren't comfortable. The Twin XL topper fits most college dorm beds and will help your kid get a great night's sleep. So the MyPillow topper comes in everyday bed sizes, and you can put it right on over your current mattress. Believe me, you will feel a difference. I'm a MyPillow subscriber. I love the pillows. I love the comforters. It provides you the best support. And for a limited time only, you can get one for as low as $69.99. You heard that right, $69.99. These amazing offers won't last long, so order now. Just go to MyPillow.com and use our promo code, and you will get an amazing deal, most of it going for just $25. Have you ever had a MyPillow?
I do have a MyPillow, and it saves my neck, let me tell you. And actually, I've tried on the slippers too. They're very comfortable.
Yeah, some of the best products. Mike Lindell, a great patriot, working hard on election integrity, has a channel of his own, putting out good content, and a good friend of the station. Thank you to Mike Lindell and MyPillow for supporting RSBN to get you this great content today on a beautiful day in Asheboro, North Carolina. But that's been the main concern, I think, number one on the Make America Great Again agenda, those 20 promises adopted by the Republican National Convention just a short month ago, about sealing our border, and number two, to deport the illegal aliens here, and that is the proper term, illegal aliens. It will be the largest mass deportation of illegal aliens since the Eisenhower administration, and President Trump is doubling down on that promise to the American people.
I think that was a great point you made, Bobby, about the fact that this is not just affecting border states, it's affecting all states across America. I've seen it in all neighborhoods. It's really affecting every American, and people are seeing it with their own eyes. And I think sometimes it takes you seeing it to believe it, and then you can really understand that this is really affecting everybody. So you can't just say, oh, politics doesn't affect me. It really does, because this is coming into our everyday life as Americans.
Well, and how many lives have been affected? We faced that in Georgia with a beautiful student who was jogging, and it was just in the afternoon, a heavily populated area just off of the University of Georgia's campus, and she was jogging and murdered by a Venezuelan illegal alien. He had a rap sheet longer than most criminals, and New York prosecutors, the DAs, let him out, made his way down to Georgia.
It's terrible.
And that's the crucial thing. We have to get rid of these George Soros-backed attorneys, district attorneys who are causing the lawfare. Fannie Willis in my own home county, an absolute disgrace. I have a personal friend. A shout out to Courtney Kramer, who's running for Fulton DA in Fulton County, Georgia. It's larger than a congressional district, but it's not about Republican and Democrat. It's about law and order and protecting citizens. And instead, people like Fannie will want to hurt the American citizens by creating a lawfare. Oh, and we're back to the speakers at the Trump rally.
Trump Force One to North Carolina. Put your hands together for your favorite president, President Donald J. Trump.
change that feels so strange. I come alive when she does all those things to me. And she says, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I need you. Come on, I love you. Come on, I need you. Come on, come on. Please come on away. Feels so right, so right. With you here tonight.
Yeah, that's a moment I'm not soon going to forget. I've been up close, fortunately, in Atlanta on a couple of occasions to see President Trump arrive. But we just got one of the closest flyovers of a 757 that you might ever see in your life.
I've never seen it up close and personal like that. That was really a sight to see. That was an amazing moment.
And of course, the best pilots and Air Force veterans who do pilot that plane, military veterans, the best of the best, who have been in combat situations.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Of course,
please
President Trump
welcome
has
to
the
the
best,
stage,
but now we have
Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg.
Let freedom ring.
Asheboro, North Carolina.
Let the whole world know that today is a day of reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong.
Well, good afternoon, North Carolina. Look, I had to follow that. You know, for my time in the paratroops, that was below jump altitude. That was really something to see. Look, it's really great to be back in my adopted home state. You know, much of my adult life was spent just down the road in a place I still call Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I deployed to war from there. My youngest son deployed to war from there. My daughter deployed to war from there. My son-in-law deployed to war from there. My wife deployed to war from there. And my oldest son and my youngest son were born at Fort Bragg. Finally, I commanded the 82nd Airborne Division a few years back. So I kind of know national security. And today we are a lot less secure than we were just 3 years ago. I know it, and you know it. We are at a historic crossroads and are approaching a world that looks a lot like 1938, just a year before the breakout of World War II. And it's a direct result of the failed leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. American international credibility is at a new low. After 10 months in fighting in the Middle East, there are still 5 Americans being held hostage. American bases overseas are being attacked with impunity. Global shipping is attacked in the Red Sea, and there's 2 wars being fought, one in the Middle East and one in Europe, and both of them happened on Biden-Harris watch. And don't you forget what happened in Afghanistan. We lost a 20-year war, and the unnecessary deaths of 13 great Americans at Abbey Gate during the retreat with absolutely no accountability. And then we have millions of illegal aliens flighting across our wide open southern border. This is what a Harris presidency would look like. Insecurity, incompetence, and chaos. But, America, we have a choice. We have a proven leader. We have a proven commander-in-chief. We have a proven fighter. And he showed that the day he was shot when he stood up to America and he said, fight, fight, fight. We have a man who's been attacked daily by those afraid, against a man who is unafraid to fight for us. A leader who has given all for this nation and came within an inch of giving his life for us. Under President Trump, we had no new wars. He led the defeat of the ISIS caliphate, the terrorist caliphate, which was the size of Great Britain, and orchestrated the killing of its leader, al-Baghdadi. He was a leader who was willing to withdraw from the failed Iranian nuclear plan on a regime that constantly chants death to America. And when Iran responded to what he did with their attempt to take the United States Embassy in Baghdad by pro-Iranian surrogates, he responded by directing the killing of of their military chief, Qasem Soleimani. This is a man who is a dedicated and known leader, and the world went quiet. President Trump engineered a full, honest withdrawal from Afghanistan, and Joe Biden threw it away. It was a conditions-based agreement, and I know because I was there when we drew it up. And the result was the death of 13 great Americans at Abbey Gate. And who was the last one in the room? Because she has said it. When she advised President Biden, it was Kamala Harris. She was the last one. And the responsibility is hers. And here's the bottom line. When they brought home those 13 great Americans, it was called a dignified transfer. When they brought them home to Dover Air Force Base, she was not even there. And again, when Syria used nerve gas on their civilians, President Trump sent a message to the Middle East by putting 57 Tomahawk land attack missiles on the air base. And the region went quiet again because they had crossed the moral threshold that President Trump said was enough. And President Trump reminded the world in his final State of the Union, and he meant it, when he said, if you attack an American, didn't say kill. He said, if you attack an American, your life is forfeit. And if you go back and look, just a few months later, some bandits in Niger took a single American hostage, Philip Walton. We sent SEAL Team 6 to Africa. They killed the 6 bandits, and they retrieved Mr. Walton, a single American. That's a president. That's a president who has protected you. He has protected me. He's protected our families, and he's fought to protect us. And now it's our time. It's our time to fight for him. And you must fight, fight, fight for Donald J. Trump this year. God bless you. God bless America. God bless our fighting troops. Thank you all.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is a day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong. Roll the stone away. Let the guilty pay. It's Independence Day. Well, she lit up the sky that 4th of July. By the time that the firemen come, they just put out the flames and took down some names. Send me to the county home. Now I ain't saying it's right or it's wrong, but maybe it's the only way. Talk about your revolution. It's Independence Day.
Isn't it great hearing from the professionals themselves? Lieutenant General Kellogg, a great American patriot, focused on saying that we now have to fight for President Trump. He's fought for us. He's the man in the arena. Kamala Harris clearly doesn't know much about foreign policy, let alone she's made extremely terrible recommendations to President Biden about how to handle the ISIS threats, illegal immigration, terrorism abroad, Middle East, Russia, Ukraine. Lieutenant General Kellogg saying that President Trump is the man for the hour. I still can't get over that flyover. That was one of the coolest things
That was amazing.
I have ever seen.
I'm a very detail-oriented person, so I appreciate the entire setup of this event. I mean, the backdrop is really beautiful, and we're outside. I mean, look at the scenery, and then Trump Force One flying by so closely. Chef's kiss. It was amazing.
So exciting. I love that. So exciting to see it back outside with these rallies. And we can bring this to you thanks to our wonderful sponsors, one being the Wellness Company. The Spike Support Formula. Hear me out on this. You have Damar Hamlin of the Giants, Jamie Foxx, famous singer and actor. You have Bronny James experiencing turbo cancers, blood clots, myocarditis, miscarriages. We all have a pretty good idea of what's going on here, even if the mainstream corporate media won't say it out loud. Meanwhile, Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors, several from President Trump's 2020 Advisory Committee, were censored for recommending ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, and other life-saving medications that are saving lives still to this day, every single day. Those doctors have brought this new company to you called the Wellness Company. The most common question that Dr. Peter McCullough receives is, how do I get this spike protein out of my body? This legacy is of the virus and of the vaccines linked to COVID-19 and the spike proteins. They are causing long-term health issues. But there is something you can do now to protect yourself and keep your family safe. The Spike Support Formula is a unique combination of targeted ingredients researched to block and dissolve COVID spike protein in the bloodstream. So whether you got the shot, you had a rough time with COVID, or whatever it might be, watch out for vaccine shedding, which is also taking place. The spike protein is of the utmost concern. Hundreds of people, vaccinated or not, have reported better mental clarity, increased energy, and just better fighting levels, that fighting spirit that President Trump is all about. So as we fight to make America great again, you need to take those steps to protect yourself. Make America strong again, as those signs say, and make yourself strong again. Go to makecaregreatagain.com and you can save 15% using code RSBN. That is makecaregreatagain.com. Get 15% off through RSBN. I was talking to a friend yesterday who was trying to do their own, recommended by Dr. Peter McCullough, to do the detox. He was finding that certain ingredients aren't at Whole Foods. That all of a sudden the clerk had said, yeah, people are coming in for this stuff. So really important to go to makecaregreatagain.com and get your bundle to get that spike protein detox formula.
There's nothing more important than your health, so you better go check it out.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned before, Megan, population control. These people have a goal. They have free vasectomies and free abortions happening outside the United Center in Chicago for the Democrat National Convention this week. Gosh, if we were there on the ground, I would ask some simple questions. Are you actually a doctor? Is this sanitary?
Right.
And who are you sacrificing children to? Is it Malak? Is it some pagan worship that you have? Because it's really quite creepy. Talk about a hopelessness at the DNC this week.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the stark contrast between the RNC and the DNC. I mean, I'm not there on the ground at DNC, but when I was at the RNC, it was all about faith, family, and freedom. And it doesn't seem that the Democrats are about any of those.
No question, and fascist in nature, because you have a running mate in Governor Tim Walz who actually signed legislation in Minnesota to remove minor children from their homes if their parents are not giving them transgender therapies, puberty blockers, going in with consent for these surgeries. So you would take children away from their parents? I mean, that's
right.
That's just fascist. It's disgusting.
Yeah, they're dismantling the family in that way, and kids are not mature enough to do pretty much anything in life, let alone make a decision like that can be detrimental to their health for their entire life.
So that's the way it should be. Be a rebel, go get married, have family, do what is a nightmare to the Democrats, clearly, reproducing and sharing in the joy that is America. We have a beautiful crowd over here. Who's excited for President Trump? Can you hear that?
Yes.
Look at that crowd. That's all the overflow crowd going on right now. And you can hear them going, fight, fight, fight.
Amazing
Beautiful.
crowd.
Look at that shirt over there. Look at all those counties that are red. We only have a few that are blue. There's a lot of red.
Red wave coming through.
Is everyone's first rally? Yeah? First rally? Absolutely. Great. Where are you from, North Carolina? I love it. God bless North Carolina. I love it. Amen. 16 electoral votes at stake here in a pivotal election, in a pivotal state. And we spoke to Chairman Simmons about that, and that outreach to people, that outreach to the voter who may not have been familiar or interested in politics in the past, President Trump successful here in 2016 and 2020, and trying to replicate those past successes here in 2024.
Yes, everything that President Trump is standing for as this platform, it's going to make all of our counties and our communities locally much more safe, and that's going to affect everybody. So you make sure you get out there and vote.
Oh, and as you can see the crowd flow over here, there is an overflow crowd on Megan's left as well that is surrounding a beautiful spot for this. And we are surrounded too by snipers, U.S. military, Secret Service. We have also local law enforcement, and we thank them for their selfless sacrifice and the fact that many of these people, they have families of their own, and they're willing to put on a uniform to protect us so that we can do what this role of journalists, of television commentators, as correspondents, it's the one job really outlined in the United States Constitution that upholds that First Amendment. But you know what protects all those other Bill of Rights and those other amendments? It's these brave gentlemen, men and women in law enforcement, to make sure that we can engage in our constitutional Republican form of government. And listen to a speech from the former Commander-in-Chief who is seeking to be the 47th President of the United States, and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance.
I'm really inspired by everyone in this movement on all levels, all the men and women that are putting their life on the line to carry out this Make America Great Again movement. It's just really exciting.
It really is, and that's what it is about. It's about making America strong again. It's about making America safe again, making America wealthy again, and ultimately making America great again. And that's another great contrast to, there were themes at the RNC. The Democrats seem to be rolling out kind of their old hot air, if you will, or dry air, if you will. We were talking earlier about the abortion issue. Bill Clinton was once for safe, legal, and rare. Even President Trump has made his position on abortion very clear, being a state's right, having exceptions in cases of rape, life of the mother, of other situations where states and localities will make those decisions, not the courts. And wow, I'm surprised that Democrats are even going to listen to Bill Clinton, because his position seems to be out of line with those who want to push for infanticide or killing the child up to the birth date. It's just what an extreme agenda by the fascist left.
Right. The Clinton platform of the 90s seems to be much more in the middle compared to where they are now. The radical left has gone so far left. It's like night and day. I don't even really recognize them as the same party.
Right, and speaking of the 1990s, a rivalry between Speaker Newt Gingrich and then President Bill Clinton, and Gingrich was able to bring those promises to America, that contract with America. I see this new promise from the MAGA agenda of the platform, from President Donald Trump being very involved in the platform process, the 20 promises being that second contract with America. And something very tangible which all Americans can get behind, regardless of background, socioeconomic levels, but especially appealing to the middle class, because that's who's being crushed right now. And Bill Clinton talked about that in the 90s. It's the economy, stupid. James Carville was his campaign manager out of Louisiana, and he said, look, it's all about the economy, stupid. That was his line. And that's very much true today. Gas, groceries, medications. President Trump has championed no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, so they can stay in their homes, so they can live in an affordable, fulfilling retirement. And then I find funny, because CBS News put out there that was actually Vice President Kamala Harris's idea, when it clearly wasn't. And even the President Trump, joking last week, who knows what she'll do. Last week in Raleigh, North Carolina, she gives an economic speech last week. It was hysterical, because he said she'll probably just copy what my policy platforms are. And we've seen that a lot from the Democrats in the last couple of weeks.
It is pretty silly how she basically took exactly what Donald Trump said about tax on tips, and now she's saying it because she saw how popular it was. It goes to show that they're full of empty promises, and when they say something, they're not going to back that up. She's not going to actually do that. And if she's in office right now, why isn't she doing that now? Why isn't she implementing this over the next few months while they're still in office until January?
That's the best point, Megan, because have you been to the White House?
I have not, but I will be one day.
So I think so. I think you will be. And it's amazing to go there, because The Vice President's office is the old Secretary of the Navy's office, and actually the Secretary of War was in there temporarily. It's a very beautiful, ornate office, which I think sometimes tempts Vice Presidents to look out on their balcony because it overviews the Oval Office. And they're a few short steps away to the President in the Oval Office. So that's right, she's in office now. She can suggest to President Biden to change course, and that doesn't seem to be happening, or at least she's not talking about it, not holding press conferences, of course not agreeing to the Fox News debate on September 4th. I hope President Trump goes and just holds a town hall that evening because she won't be there. But speaking of all these different issues that are facing your pocketbook, we'd like to thank another sponsor, American Finance. A lot of us are struggling to keep up every day, as we mentioned, gas, food bills, going to the grocery store. But if you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Finance. They can save you an average of $854 per month by tapping into your home's equity and your credit history. Interest credit rates have skyrocketed, and over 67% of Americans are in massive credit card debt. So call our friends at American Finance to save $854 per month and just save some hard-earned money. And if you're only paying the minimum every month on your credit card, it will take years to pay that off. There are no upfront fees to get started with American Finance. So call them today, no cost to you, at 888-402-0299. That is 888-402-0299. AmericanFinance.net/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us, and thank you for saving money for hardworking Americans.
Yeah, absolutely, Bobby. That's a great point about the middle class. We need to have a strong middle class. Americans should be able to have a safe community, to live in a good neighborhood, send their kids to school. Maybe the mom doesn't work, maybe she does. 2 incomes, 1 income. It would be great to have the middle class that we had that was very strong just a couple decades ago.
And that's another great point, Megan. It's let's get back to the traditional family roles, because in this day and age, in this economy, I have many married friends. They're needing to work, both spouses are working jobs, full-time jobs. Some are working 2 or 3 jobs. And then that daycare cost, everything just keeps adding up. And a lot of times it goes to entities that don't believe in our patriotic values. So such an important thing to focus on to stop inflation, stop the Biden crime practices which have robbed your wallet, and put back a proven fighter, a proven leader who will be up here with his running mate, President Donald J. Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, the MAGA Republican ticket. Excited to, again, present to a very excited crowd here in Asheboro, North Carolina, a very engaged crowd, all smiles, willing to take a Wednesday off to come and see their president. That's something I'm always floored by, that they're taking time off of work, time away from their family, their hobbies, to come out here on a beautiful day, but still, it's getting warmer now to come see their president.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a huge moment in history to witness. So I think it's really important that everyone came out today to support President Trump. And how exciting of an event this is today. Even though it is in the middle of the week, I think it's definitely worth it. And I think every American here could attest to that.
Now, Megan, how would you compare, as you're looking around at the crowds, as you see the excitement of the groundswell happening right before the Republican ticket comes out to speak? How does this compare to your cheerleader days? Is this as exciting as college football? Is it? Oh,
it is.
That was a reluctant nod. It wasn't necessarily a yes or no, right or wrong answer, because we're right up against football season here, and an exciting what's going to be really the next, we're down under 80 days left, 70 or so days until we decide who the next president of the United States is. The greatest contrast, at least in my lifetime, between liberty and tyranny, not necessarily traditional Republican and Democrat lines, although it's drawn in that realm of the parties, but really, I would argue, the liberty-minded, liberty-first candidate in Donald Trump versus the fascist, communist mentality of Kamala Harris, someone who, throughout her career, has hurt many lives by her woke, silly, ridiculous policies.
Right. The enthusiasm in these crowds is just electric. I mean, I danced in the NBA for 2 seasons. We were in the NBA Finals and won the championship. And let me tell you, this is kind of bringing me back to those days where people are so excited. You could feel this crowd pulsating. This is not dead air here. People are really jazzed up, really excited. The enthusiasm is like off the charts. And I didn't get to participate too much in politics when I was younger, but I've heard from many people that the GOP before Donald Trump versus after, the energy is just amplified so much.
Well, I can tell you, even as we spoke earlier today, in my early days involved in the movement, in my young 20s in college, such a difference, and that was more of the John McCain, Mitt Romney era. The Republican Party itself was coming off of George W. Bush, many new wars, and really a calamity. The Republican brand, I think, was broken. Of course, Barack Obama ran as a moderate, was flashy, was exciting for many young people, and although it got young people involved in the process, he quickly left that moderate promise and pledge and became, really showed his Marxist movement and influences from his time as a community organizer in Chicago. And I had the opportunity to listen to his speech last night, and I give him credit where credit's due. A great speech by President Obama. Here's the problem: it fell flat because it's all hot air, it's all empty rhetoric, it's all talking about unity, but their Democrat playbook is about dividing people.
Right.
I almost thought he was about to endorse President Trump by what he was saying last night, and I thought he would, considering he's been at the Resolute desk. He sat there in the middle of crises, but clearly President Obama, President Bush, President Clinton, and dare I say, even though in his elder age, and our thoughts and prayers are with President Carter, they have nothing on the vigor, on the resilience, on the love of the populist movement that has been led by President Donald Trump.
Yeah, it really seems like the left type likes to do a bait and switch. They'll say one thing, they're very charismatic and excited, talking about unity, but then once they're actually in office, they're not doing that at all. And talking about their platform that they're running on, what their DNC platform is going to be, we don't really know because they're not announcing it, they're not showing it. And that really reminds me of back in the day when Nancy Pelosi was presenting Obamacare. She didn't really say much about it, and she said, we'll tell you what's in the bill after we pass it. So what is that about? Why did they do this?
Well, and that's what they've been doing. It's weakening the American people. There was once a time where Republicans and Democrats, I think, although wanted slightly different approaches, they wanted certain similar solutions. You had the New England liberals who might have been Republicans and more the Southern conservative Democrats. I'm talking more about the 50s and 60s. And of course, we can always look at history with rose-colored glasses, but look at JFK's policies. I don't think he'd be a Democrat today. I think he'd be really shocked at where his party has gone. And that's why another great sponsor in these crazy economic times with inflation, with Joe Biden still in office, we have to turn to great patriotic partners like Birch Gold. And you can get a free pamphlet of theirs if you text Trump to 989898. Simply text Trump, easy to remember, TRUMP, to 989898. Get your free pamphlet. Great patriots like Ron Paul and Dan Bongino, Steve Bannon, who's suffering in prison right now for his First Amendment rights. Trust Birch Gold to convert your 401k or IRA into precious metals, gold and silver. Good to have tangible things to hold on to in this crazy economy, this Biden-inflation, this stagnation, cost of living out of control because of inflation. 50 years ago, Henry Kissinger led the Nixon administration to get away from the gold standard and move to the petrodollar, trading with Saudi Arabia to make the dollar the world's reserve currency. That has changed in Saudi Arabia because of the Biden administration policies, because of Kamala Harris and her advice, now trading with the BRICS nations, Brazil. We have India, China, who wants global domination. So make sure you protect yourself financially. Text Trump to 989898 and work with our great patriot friends at Birch Gold.
Huge thank you to Birch Gold.
Absolutely. And now we have our next speaker,
The next Vice President of the United States.
Senator J.D. Vance. Enjoy.
Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are far apart. Who's blessed, who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world.
Wow. It is good to be in the great state of North Carolina. Thank you all. Now calm down, please, calm down. You guys put something crazy in the water here in North Carolina. Well, I have a message. In 75 days, we are going to take this country back. We're going to elect Donald J. Trump, and it's going to start right here with the great people of North Carolina. Now, I don't know if y'all saw, but today is the third day of the Democratic National Coronation. Excuse me, I said coronation, I meant convention. Sorry for the confusion, but you know, conventions normally are about nominating people who actually win elections. And Kamala Harris hasn't won a single vote for the Democratic Party, and yet they're going to make her nominee. Now, I watched it last night, and Democrats, they think they've cracked the code for how to appeal to normal Americans. Did you watch last night? Are they going to change their policy? No. But now they're distributing camo hats with Kamala Harris's name on them. That's their strategy for appealing to rural voters and veterans, is a camo hat with Kamala Harris's name on it. Now, you know what I think would appeal to rural voters and veterans, Kamala? Not having a running mate who lies about his service record. Why don't we try that? You see, Tim Walz says that he served in a war zone. And it turns out the closest he ever got to war is when he let rioters burn down the city of Minneapolis under his watch in the summer of 2020. Remember that? Now let's just reflect, now that we're in day 3 of the Democrat National Convention, how bizarre it is that they're doing some of the things that they're doing. Normally, conventions, they celebrate nominees who are elected by the people. And let's remind ourselves, how many votes has Kamala Harris won in the Democratic primary? 0. 0. That's exactly right. 10 million illegal aliens, but 0 votes. That is the record of Kamala Harris. Now remember, the party bosses installed Kamala Harris because they can control her. That's all this is about. Her agenda is not an agenda for the American people. It's an agenda for the people who have gotten rich off the decline of this country, and we are not going to take it. Are we? Now remember, it was her donors, it was Kamala Harris's donors who got rich when we shipped millions of manufacturing jobs off to China and other countries. Americans, we got poor. Her donors got rich when America printed trillions of dollars to fund her green scam policies, but Americans, we paid higher prices for groceries and housing because of it. And now her party wants more power, and the way they're going to do it is that she wants to give all those illegal aliens the right to vote. But out here in the state of North Carolina, we believe the only people who get to vote in our elections are the people who have a right to be here, not illegal aliens, Kamala Harris. And this November, starting right here in the great state of North Carolina, we're going to send a message to the corrupt leaders of this country. We do not need a president selected by power brokers. We need a president for the people, and that's why we're going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. There is so much at stake in this election. Think of everything that this country has endured over the last 4 years of Kamala Harris's broken leadership. Prices are up and wages down. Our borders are wide open, but we've had a lot of factories closing down. Fentanyl is available on every street corner from North Carolina to Wisconsin, but it is impossible for young Americans to find an affordable home to raise their families in. Now, Donald J. Trump represents something that so many in this country need right now, and I think it's important to recognize that we need hope in the United States of America. Hope that we can reignite this economy and bring back prosperity to American citizens. Hope that we can raise our kids in secure neighborhoods and safe streets. Hope that we can renew the patriotism that binds us as a country together, one nation under God. My friends, for a lot of us, for a lot of the people that we fight for, the American dream seems out of reach today, the most out of reach it's been in a generation. But in 75 days, we're going to save the dreams of every single American, and it will mark the beginning of the future all of us deserve, and we're going to do it together. Now, we're here to talk about national security today, and saving the American dream, let's be honest, it starts with peace. Peace in our neighborhoods, peace in our cities, and peace at the southern border. Lord willing, we bring back the leadership of Donald J. Trump. We're going to have peace all over the entire world. He did it once before, and I think he's going to do it again. Now, if we don't have safety for our families, if we don't have security for our country, we don't have anything. And I'm a firm believer that when we talk about national security starts right here at home, right here in the great state of North Carolina. And there's been no greater area where Kamala Harris has failed to deliver peace and national security than at the American southern border. It is a disgrace, my friends. I cannot believe how bad it is. Now, the media will lie to you and tell you that she was never the border czar. You heard that? Even though they all said she was the border czar for 3.5 years. And remember that as border czar, Kamala Harris has allowed a literal invasion of this country, more than 10 million illegal aliens, and she's refused to deport the people who are already here. So that makes about 25 million illegal aliens that are in this country right now. Now, our brave Border Patrol officers, they plead, they beg for her support. I was down there at the southern border and I saw it. Giant sections of President Trump's border wall sit right there, rusting, waiting to be installed, but she refuses to do her job. And you think it's bad now? If we give Kamala Harris a promotion and make her the president of the United States, the southern border is going to look like Walmart on Black Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be no good, no fun at all. Now, while she offers amnesty for the people who've broken our laws, we have a different message. President Trump and I have a different message. To all the criminal illegals who flooded across Kamala's wide open southern border, pack your bags because in 6 months you are going home. Now, just weeks ago, I actually visited the southern border, which means that I've visited the southern border more than our borders are Kamala Harris. I saw where little girls are trafficked by the drug cartels, some of the most vile people in the world taking advantage of innocent little children and making money off of them. I met a rancher who endured violent criminals raiding his land, just a rancher in Arizona trying to get by. And I see the desperation of families torn apart by the fentanyl and all the other poison the cartels are bringing into our country. Now, I know the hurt of that poison very personally. A lot of you know my story. I remember being a kid whose mom struggled with addiction. I remember waiting at the bedside of my mom, angry that she had taken something that she shouldn't have taken, but just praying, Lord Jesus, please let her wake up. Let her make it through this time. And we got to remember, my friends, because of Kamala Harris's border policies, way too many of our loved ones are not waking up. Way too many kids have been orphaned. Way too many grandparents are raising kids they didn't expect to raise because Kamala Harris allowed the drug cartels to wage war on this country. I think it's time to wage war on the drug cartels, and that's going to start with Donald Trump's leadership. Now, the president's going to be here in just a few minutes, but I almost feel bad for him Because this is not the first time that Donald Trump is going to have to clean up somebody else's mess. Now remember, in 2016, he took over from Barack Obama, who let ISIS spread mayhem all over the world. Then Trump came along, and in a couple weeks did what the media said could not be done. He wiped him off the face of the earth. And remember, when we win this November, and it's going to start right here in North Carolina, I think the cartels are next. We're going to do just to them what Donald Trump did to ISIS. Now, I will admit it is hard to make sense of Kamala Harris's foreign policy, especially when she explains it like a third grader who didn't study for a class presentation. Have you ever seen Kamala talk about the Ukraine-Russia war? I'd recommend you go and see it, but wait until November, because you're going to lose about 20 IQ points when you watch Kamala Harris talk about Russia and Ukraine, and we need that over the next few months. We need you guys in top form, so don't watch it just yet. But she'll say, well, Ukraine is a country in Europe, and Russia's a country in Europe. And then you say, okay, well, what comes next, Kamala? And the answer is nothing comes next, because she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But if you want to give her the benefit of the doubt and understand her foreign policy, remember that she bragged on CNN about playing a key role in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, that was before 13 innocent service members died at the Kabul airport. That was about 3 years ago to the day. That was before the world witnessed panicked civilians cling to the sides of retreating American airplanes. And that was before they gave the Taliban billions of dollars paid for by you, billions of dollars of helicopters, planes, Humvees, and artillery. It was the worst humiliation this country has endured since the fall of It was treason, and is it any wonder that Putin then invaded Ukraine on her watch? Or that Iran attacked Israel on her watch? Or that this very moment China is ramping up its aggression against Taiwan on her watch, when Kamala Harris walks in the room America's enemies sense weakness. And that's why we have got to fire Kamala Harris, not give her a promotion. Now, she wants to represent America all over the world, but she's terrified to face a friendly media. Does anyone think that the person who runs from the friendly American press could stand up to Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un or Xi Jinping? Of course you couldn't. So if you believe that a strong America requires a strong leader, I've got a recommendation for you. Why don't we re-elect President Donald J. Trump? And while we're on the topic, don't send her stolen valor sidekick. Send a former Marine. Send J.D. Vance to be vice president. We got some Marines out there. Semper Fi. Now, Kamala Harris, she gets really mad when I bring up the stolen valor of her running mate. But let me tell you why it matters. Every single person here understands why this matters. Here's the record on Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. He dropped out of the military and allowed his unit to go to Iraq without him. And he knew they were going to Iraq. He lied about it, but he knew they were going to Iraq. Even his chaplain called him a coward. And those of you who served in the military know the chaplain is the nicest person in the unit. If the chaplain is calling you a coward, you must have really screwed up. He claimed to carry a weapon in war, but you ask him, Tim, what war have you ever been in? And the answer is he's never been to a single war. He lied about it. He lied about his rank, and he stood in silence as Nancy Pelosi and a lot of journalists praised him for his service on an imaginary battlefield instead of correcting the record. What won't stolen valor Tim Walz fib about? In fact, I believe at his next speech, he's probably going to say he survived an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. I think that's what Tim Walz is going to claim next time. Now look, we don't criticize, and this is where the media is dishonest here, we don't criticize Tim Walz for his years of service in the National Guard, we condemn him for lying about that service for political gain. It's disgraceful, and nobody should tolerate it. Now, Tim Walz needs to not only explain why he abandoned his Guard unit, he also needs to explain his bizarre love affair with China. Have you seen this? This guy's been to China more than the U.S. ambassador to China. He got married in China. He visited China over 30 times. He honeymooned in China. He taught a course approved by the Communist Party in China. He even brought American high school students with him on visits to China. Now, I know, and we all know, that Kamala Harris wanted to outsource our factories and jobs to China, but I didn't expect her to outsource the selection of her running mate to China, too. But here's the problem in choosing him for vice president. It's not just about Tim Walz, it's about Kamala Harris's terrible judgment. We do not need a president with terrible judgment. We need Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Nothing matters in national security and foreign policy more than judgment, because nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what crisis is going to erupt over the next 4 years. And I got to be honest with you, my entire adult life has been shaped by presidents who threw Americans into unwise wars and then failed to win them. And if we're being honest, it wasn't just Democrats, it was sometimes Republicans too. And what did Donald Trump do? He stood up to the chicken hawks. He bucked the foreign policy establishment. Even sometimes he resisted pressure from within his own party. In President Trump's 4 years in office, we had 0 new wars. We had peace all over the world when Donald J. Trump was president. In the Middle East, he brokered the Abraham Accords, brought stability, and created a long-term balance to Iran. In Europe, he pushed the Europeans to take more responsibility for their own defense so the United States would not have to pay for a bunch of freeloaders. We ought to focus on our own security, not subsidize European welfare. They can take care of themselves. And never forget, as much as the Democrats said that Donald Trump was somehow on the side of Russia, the only president of the last 20 years who had Russia not invade a neighbor was the presidency of Donald J. Trump. He kept Russia in check. He's the only president of our lives to do it. Under Kamala Harris, Putin invaded Ukraine. But under Donald Trump, Putin didn't do a damn thing, and that's because of strong leadership. People respected him. And that's, by the way, my friends, why we were able to defend our own border, is because Donald Trump didn't have us distracted by fighting wars that we had no business being involved in. We got to focus on our own border right here at home. That is the Donald Trump principle, and that's what we're going to bring back to the White House. It's funny, all these people said that he was going to start a nuclear war, but President Trump knew more about diplomacy than any president of the last 40 years. In Asia, he opened diplomatic talks with North Korea after a half-century of stagnation. And you remember when he went to North Korea, he met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of that country. And if you know anything about Kim Jong-un, well, how do I say this politely? Kim Jong-un doesn't miss a whole lot of meals, okay, my friends? And Trump stands there with the media and Kim Jong-un. You remember this? I'd encourage you to go look it up. And he brings the media in and he says, all right, everybody, take some photos of us, make us look nice, make us look skinny. And Kim Jong-un sat up like that. It means something to have a president who's not afraid to go into hostile territories, tell a few jokes, and actually engage in diplomacy. That preserves peace. While all these Democrats lied about Donald Trump being the candidate of nuclear war, Donald Trump is the person who prevented nuclear war. And if we're not careful, Kamala Harris is going to walk us right into nuclear war. We got to kick her out and not give her a promotion to President of the United States. And maybe the most important thing Donald Trump did is he began the process of ending America's economic reliance on China. The most important thing, because Donald Trump understands economic security is national security. The whole world knows that China doesn't have better workers than America, but they're willing to lie, cheat, and steal to win. They lied about unleashing COVID-19. They cheat and they ignore trade rules, and they steal America's intellectual property. Now, Kamala Harris lets China get away with all of it, and China Tim helps her. Donald Trump isn't going to let China steal a damn thing. He's not going to let them steal our factories, not going to let them steal our jobs, not going to let them steal the American dream from American workers. Donald Trump will not allow America to be dependent on Chinese medicine for our children. That's a big thing. You know, so much of what we put into the bodies of our children is made in China. Doesn't make any sense. And Donald Trump will tell China that if they don't stop sending fentanyl into our city, there is gonna be hell to pay. No more of that crap. We need somebody who stands up for American workers. Now, the establishment loves to complain about President Trump's approach to diplomacy. They don't like the way that he talks. Have you seen this? Why is it that our leaders are so careful with their words but so reckless with their actions? I prefer a different kind of statesmanship, one that stands up to the crowd, one that stands for American interests, and that pursues those interests ruthlessly but also carefully, with strong words and the strongest military in the world, but with great restraint to balance it out. Donald Trump's presidency was the first disruption to the failed consensus and the terrible consequences that it wrought. So I say, let him whine about Donald Trump's tweets. Because let's be honest, folks, mean tweets and world peace has a pretty nice ring to it. I think we ought to bring it right back. We have got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to re-elect a man who's proven he's too big for the deep state bureaucracy. He's too tough for the tyrants all over the world. He was too strong even for an assassin's bullet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's return to a time when the bravest man leads this nation with strength. That man is Donald J. Trump. He was the once president of the United States, and we in North Carolina, we're going to make him the future president of the United States. God bless you, North Carolina. Thank you. Let's win this race. Let's do it together. God bless you all.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Wow, what a great speech by Senator J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee on the MAGA Republican ticket. Exciting, poignant, humorous too. I enjoyed the Kamala Harris coronation, the Democrat national coronation, as he mentioned at the beginning of the speech, but serious topics from fentanyl coming in over our border. Most of the products that are going into our children's systems, especially medication, is Chinese, and it's not common sense. It's out of control, just as Senator J.D. Vance said. And let me tell you something. We got some great sponsors that are American-made. One of them being My Pillow from Mike Lindell, a great organization. So is your son or daughter heading off to college soon? We've seen a lot in Auburn in our studios. Everyone's moving in. You're in luck because My Pillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza. Mike Lindell, his dedicated employees have been part of the cancel culture. They've suffered from it. So they want to pass on savings directly to you. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, just $25. My Pillow sandals, $25. Beach towels, $25. Their 6-pack towel, $25. Megan, can you guess how much their couch and recliner pack is?
Let me say, $25?
You're right, $25. Hey. There you go. You guessed it straight. Now, the mattress My Pillow topper for the college dorm beds are not terribly affordable these days, but they are if you go with My Pillow. And these can be a bit uncomfortable. You know, these twin XLs. I remember mine. It was I fell off mine a couple of times. I was just too large for it.
College,
so
you know.
the college days, and that was without a couple of cocktails. So, but they need to get a good night's sleep just like everyone else. So the My Pillow topper comes in every bed size, and you can put it right over your current mattress. Believe me, you will feel the difference. And this is going for a limited time for $69.99. So these amazing offers won't last long. So order yours now. Go to mypillow.com, use promo code RSBN, and visit a great American company, My Pillow. I mean, what an amazing man, Mike Lindell, working on election integrity, and we're thankful that he partners with RSBN so we can come to you live here in Asheboro, North Carolina.
Yes, Mike Lindell is a great American patriot. He's on the ground. He's doing all of this research, and he's really putting his life on the line in a way to make sure that we have election integrity.
No question about it. And what were some of your favorite highlights from Senator J.D. Vance's speech?
Well, J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio, so that's, of course, near and dear to my heart. And I think it's really amazing, all the military background he has as a Marine. So I feel very safe with someone like that in office, spearheading some of our foreign policy.
Your hometown senator, and quite a great one. We have a gentleman that also praised Governor Walz's service, but wanted to make that distinction that you cannot lie about your military service. So we have someone, J.D. Vance, a proud patriot who after high school enlisted and served in the Marines in the Iraq War, went on to the Ohio State University and got his J.D. J.D. got his J.D. at Yale University. And what a rags to riches story in the sense that everyone can do that in America if you put your mind to it. Clearly a smart man, a brilliant, gifted attorney, a loving husband and father. His beautiful wife, Usha, has been by his side and thrown onto the scene in a rather short period of time in the last month. And a really beautiful handing of the mantle from President Trump, who is reaching out to the younger generation as an active member of the Young Republicans. The Young Republicans just had their national convention actually in Washington, D.C. I'm so proud as a member of that organization to see a fellow Young Republican on our national ballot.
It's amazing. I love J.D. Vance's speech today, and it reminds me of when he was speaking at the RNC. He spoke a lot about his mother's story with drug addiction, and that's obviously very near and dear to his heart and his family. And that was a perfect example of the drug cartel coming in through the southern border, affecting the Vance family at home.
So inspiring, and something that really got to me at the convention is when, because I share with you, I came from a single-parent household. My mom raised my brother and I on her own, and with her strength and tenacity, working hard to sacrifice for herself, for her own ambitions, in order to make sure we had a good life. And I get to cover this with you on RSBN. It's an amazing American story. So is Senator J.D. Vance's, and it was different for him. His mom looking at him when he gave the acceptance speech and saying, "I love you, J.D." really touched my heart. You have a situation here where she was riddled with drug abuse and addiction. His mama, his grandmother, raising him, and then later reconciling with his mother. It's a dream book, biblical American story, and J.D. Vance is an incredible inspiration for all young Americans, especially millennials, who are looking to make a difference in this day and age. And that gentleman is doing that every day as he's becoming a young version of President Trump, the way with the jokes and the gregarious nature, but also very solid and very principled on core policy issues.
Of course, and I think it's so inspiring. His background, he came through so many adversities in life, and now look at him. He rose to the top through the American success story, that the American dream is real, and he's a living testament of that.
No question about it. If you dream it, you could do it in America. And what we're asking from this entire MAGA movement is simply for the opportunity to do that, because inflation and an open border are probably the two top reasons why that could prevent someone from getting to where they want to be in life. I've had the privilege of going to AME churches in the Atlanta area, and for the African American community, illegal immigration has not only affected them in their communities when it comes to safety, but also in relation to jobs and access to jobs. So it's something that has harmed many families over the course of the last 4 years, and I think that's the monumental difference between the Harris-Walz ticket and the Trump-Vance ticket, is the amount of wanting to protect each individual American citizen versus the unnecessary death that has taken place in the last 4 years, thanks to border czar Kamala Harris and the current president, Joe Biden.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that inflation has taken such a toll on Americans, especially in the middle class. It's really starting to weaken us from the inside. And then it's going to make us a bigger target from the outside of other countries coming in to attack America. So we really need to strengthen our country from within. And I think combating inflation is the first step to doing that. And then, of course, national security and foreign policy is going to be the next step, too.
Well, and of course, the generals that were speaking, the retired generals, Lieutenant General Kellogg, the sheriff in this county, speaking beforehand to warm up the crowd, talking about how illegal aliens and the migrant crisis has affected North Carolina, but also the fact that ISIS is now within our borders. Not only is there a fear of a terrorist attack, there's likely to be a terrorist attack based on current intelligence. And every former president does receive these things. So if you may remember from the ridiculous J6 committee that was led by Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney, they tried to remove not only Secret Service protection from former presidents, namely former President Donald Trump, but also the intelligence that comes from our federal government to former presidents. And President Trump speaking on that, some things he can't go into detail with because it might be classified, but that there are dangerous situations happening around the world. Iran is on the brink of attacking Israel. We have foreign actors that have come into our country through the border who we don't know who might be here, whether it's Chinese spies, whether it's ISIS, Al-Qaeda. An emergency can happen, so you need to prepare yourself not only financially, but morally, and also with food and water, because the enemy is behind the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a stark contrast it is in the Middle East from when President Trump was in office to now. I mean, it's unrest all around the world, especially there.
Oh, there is. And just take Putin, for example. He moved on George W. Bush with Crimea. He moved on Barack Obama getting more territory from Ukraine. Under Joe Biden, he invaded the country of Ukraine. They've been at a stalemate. We've sent hundreds of billions of dollars that we know of over there. We have some congressmen on both sides of the aisles entrenched in foreign interests in Ukraine, in Russia. Remember the Russian collusion delusion that took place, where the Steele dossier was a complete lie. It was fabricated by the intelligence community. Senator Chuck Schumer talked about that the intelligence community has 6 ways from Sundays in getting you. It targeted our president, President Donald Trump, and you had Hillary Clinton's campaign spying on President Trump back in 2016. Unbelievable what's happened over the course of the lawfare, from a Steele dossier that was fake, to impeachments, to all of these ridiculous indictments that are fake and false, and now an attempted assassination. President Donald Trump still standing strong, the mantle of God around him. Fight, fight, fight is his message. I'm excited to see what he talks about today, with the theme being Make America Strong Again.
And on his Agenda 47 on his website, explaining his entire platform, which topics do you think he's really going to hit today in terms of foreign policy and national security?
Right. You know, I really think he'll hit hard on the border. I think that's going to be the forefront based on what Senator J.D. Vance just mentioned. And then also, I think he'll touch on Putin and the fact that, again, he did not move when he was president. He kept everyone in check. And Senator J.D. Vance just talking on that fact that you have to have a president who doesn't have nice rhetoric and then makes insane decisions behind the scenes. You need a president who's tough, who's feared and respected by foreign leaders, but also has this gentle nature of not necessarily wanting to bomb and attack everyone, but wanting to create peace with everyone
through strength, through at times intimidation, but first and foremost through discussion. I mean, look at Kim Jong-un in North Carolina. President Trump engaged him, and they had a great relationship. So I think that can be replicated once again at the national level. Have to thank again the Wellness Company for taking care of us and putting us on air today. And they are a wonderful company by Dr. Peter McCullough. Of course, he was canceled for bringing out the truth on COVID, and he has a new formula to get rid of that spike protein that might be in you if you took the vaccine. And you can visit the Wellness Company in a matter of ways, but this is a new formula that they put together to get the spike protein out of your body. This is something you can do now to protect yourself and to keep your family well. The Spike Support Formula is a unique combination of targeted ingredients researched to block and dissolve COVID spike protein in the blood system. So whether you got the shot yourself or you had a rough time with COVID, spike protein is a serious concern. So is vaccine shedding. Hundreds of people, vaccinated or not, have reported better mental clarity and increased energy levels from taking this great supplement from Dr. Peter McCullough and his Wellness Company. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, and stop the spike protein with the Spike Support System. Use code RSBN for 15% off. Code RSBN, 15% off, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. I already got my big kit of ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, those 8 medications to protect you on the road. I think I might do this myself just to make sure no shedding has happened for me.
Great idea. I love that. I think that's a great idea, and there's nothing more important than your health, so we have to take a hold of that.
And, remain healthy out there. And how do you do that? Get a good night's sleep with My Pillow. Take those great supplements from the Wellness Company. Protect yourself financially with Birch Gold. We have great patriotic sponsors, and that's been the thing we've learned over time. The conservative populist movement, the MAGA movement, doesn't want to cancel people, does not want to make sure people don't make money like some on the left do. But why not give our money to great entities that actually care about the issues that these great patriots reach out to? And Mr. Director, I'm just wondering if we can get another pan of the overflow crowd. I think these folks are really excited out here. If we can get them. Is everyone excited for President Trump? There we go. Yeah. We even got the Go Irish. I love that. Fantastic. We got sports fans out here. People ready. Peace through strength. 47. Trump Vance. Look at all the crowd out there. It's awesome. Fight, 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 fight. Look at this. I can't even. Wow. The energy is always great. For many of these folks, it was their first rally here in Asheboro, North Carolina. And as you can see, when there is some room, we'll have an overflow crowd. So the fake news corporate media will like to make this comparison of, oh gosh, there weren't that many people at a Trump rally. Well, just look and see it for yourself. Many people were not able to get in today. We had thousands show up early. We got Trump Vance out there right towards the stage where President Trump will be speaking to an overflow crowd. We got millennials going wild there. It is awesome. Fight, fight, fight is their message. Is hope and optimism with everyone out in this overflow crowd. Very exciting to see. Well, clearly it's a beautiful day in Asheboro, North Carolina. Wow, is it like it's in Ohio, Megan? I mean, this is awesome in North Carolina.
It's incredible. The crowd is so excited. I mean, you just saw it for yourself. Both sides are full. Every seat is full in here. The overflow crowd is flooding in. There's so many people here, and they're all so excited to see President Trump, and I love seeing this great American patriotism.
It's exciting to see because this is what the founders wanted. They wanted us to be able to dialogue, to make our stances known. They had pledged their lives, their sacred honor, their fortunes, their health to one another, all in order to save and create this great experiment, the American Constitution, the American form of government, a constitutional republic that we could last as long as we are a nation under laws, adhering to God and being a God-fearing nation. And the sad thing is, you have a president now who Joe Biden might have once believed, but clearly someone who is suffering in his mental capacities. And once said in his speech, well, yeah, you know the thing. And it's more than just a thing. It's a way of life. It is a way that we enjoy the fruits of our labor and the prosperities of a great nation. A nation that started as 13 colonies has become 50 states and even more colonies and territories around the world. A beacon of hope for America that once fought fascism and communism. Sadly, history seeming to repeat itself again. Who will we choose? Will we choose the liberty route, or will we choose the tyranny route in, less than 80 days here?
Yeah, the foundation of what America stands for and the U.S. Constitution and our freedoms are not something that we should ever take for granted. It's not something that came easy to the founding fathers. They put their life on the line, they sacrificed so much, and they fought really, really hard to create this country, and we need to defend it as much as we possibly can.
Life, liberty, sacred honor, our wealth and our fortunes all shared together in order to sacrifice for the great American Republic. And you have to ask yourself the question, this campaign, this MAGA movement, brings out people here on a Wednesday. They could be working, they could be dealing with family issues, they could be dealing with important appointments. They instead take their whole day out. They get here early in the morning to come and see the next president of the United States. It's an exciting, hopeful time for the Republic on the backdrop of what has been rather scary with the cost of living, the cost of food and groceries and the gas pump. I like to go get my gas at Costco because it's just a little bit more, it brings some relief. That line can be so long sometimes, 20 plus minutes, just to get a basic essential so you can get to and from work. President Trump looking to bring that relief to make America strong again. I think this speech will be heavily focused on a secure border and securing your financial future for the viewers at home.
Absolutely, and he addressed on his campaign platform that mass deportation is going to be very important to get rid of the criminals that came in our country illegally, and also to deport pro-Hamas agitators that are in America that hate America and also hate Israel. We need to support our Holy Land over in Israel.
Absolutely, and that's how we do it, peace through strength. The Trump foreign policy, very similar to the Reagan foreign policy, which wasn't too long ago in and of itself. One that spoke boldly, spoke clearly, broke bread with everyone, and found common solutions through discussing issues and policies with one another. For Ronald Reagan, it was Mikhail Gorbachev. Now for President Donald Trump, it will be Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky, Benjamin Netanyahu, who he has a very good relationship with, the Israel Prime Minister, working with everyone to make the world secure, because we make our homes safe first, and in turn, he did it 4 short years ago. The Abraham Accords, Israel at peace with historic enemies throughout the world, including Bahrain. What we have now is evil forces who feel emboldened by a president in retreat, Joe Biden, who has really done an awful job not only to secure the border because of his border czar Kamala Harris, but also because he has not been strong on the world stage. I think that's abundantly clear.
Right. And we don't have a country if we don't have a border, so we need to protect our border first and foremost, and we want people to come into our country the legal way. I know I've heard so many firsthand stories of people and friends who are trying to get into America and can't get a visa, and these are hardworking people that would actually be a great attribute to our society, and they want to be great, productive Americans, but it's so hard for them to get in. And then there's other people who are just running across the border, getting things paid for, going to New York City, getting free housing, getting money given to them every month. And it's just a disgrace that we are promoting that rather than the people that are really trying to come in the right way.
Exactly. And I actually spoke to, this about a year ago, to a friend in Belarus, and we had met at a Turning Point USA conference, and she can't get over right now because of the visas, green cards, because with the status there, if you're along the border of Russia, so we're talking Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, getting that status is much more difficult because of an open border. they have to fly over. And you have situations where we have people coming from all over the world, but mostly Central and South America, and terrorist entities who are taking advantage of that. The Chinese taking advantage, pouring fentanyl in over the border. And I can't wait for day one because, like Senator J.D. Vance spoke of, young children being raped and trafficked over the border. It's disgusting. I have 2 young nieces myself, and there are children younger than them who are crossing that border alone because of these coyotes who take advantage of these children and have no regard for human life. And we can't let that happen. According to Chad Wolf, who's with AFPI right now, he did a wonderful job in the Trump administration. Hope to see him come back. Said that what we know of is a possibility of over 500,000 children being trafficked over the southern border since Biden and Kamala Harris took office. An absolute disgrace and a stain on our country. There's no question.
And President Trump, if I'm not mistaken, is the only president that I've known of in recent history that is addressing the human trafficking issue.
I really believe so, at least in the modern era, because probably since, Reagan, maybe even Dwight D. Eisenhower, in the sense of just addressing the issue hard. Because look at George W. Bush, the last Republican president outside of Donald Trump. He was very entrenched with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which can be a good organization, but that organization at that time historically wanted open borders. They wanted those cheap labor opportunities for big business, and it's a terrible thing. You're taking advantage of not only children, but migrant workers. I've seen it in just north of Atlanta, where I live, where people being waiting to be picked up to do different jobs that they are being underpaid for. So it's not only the human trafficking element, it is just an immoral stance taken on by big business and big government. And Donald Trump's the antithesis of that. He wants to combat that and to help everyone suffering from this terrible woe. And let me tell you another organization who is helping people deal with financial woes. That's American Finance, a great sponsor of us who gets us on air to bring this coverage to you, the great American people. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with these bills, as we mentioned all day today. Bills, food, gas, whatever it might be, even your power bill. If you own a home, and I want you to talk to my friends over at American Finance, where they can save you an average of $854 per month. They tap into your home's equity and wipe out high interest rates on your credit cards. Many of us have high interest rates on credit card debt. Over 67% of Americans are experiencing extreme credit card debt, and the interest rates are simply insane. But this group can get you balanced and ready to go. And if you're only paying a minimum on your credit cards month to month, that could be a nightmare in the years to come. It'll take you forever to pay it off. So call American Financing today. And if you call today, you will get to these patriots by reaching 888-402-0299. That is 888-402-0299. American Financing. .net/RSBN. Go talk to our patriots over there. Save yourself $854 per month. How's it been with your friends? Are they interested in buying homes? Are they having troubles right now because of the economy? Are they just going, rent to rent? Is that kind of the pattern of that?
Yes, absolutely. My friends on all sides of the spectrum, left, right, middle, everybody's complaining about inflation, and hopefully they're realizing the connection between where we are now with President Biden's policies versus where we were with Donald Trump's economy. People want to buy a house, but it's getting harder and harder, especially for millennials. I know a lot of people who are living at home with their parents, people who are having roommates that would rather be living on their own. It's just getting tougher and tougher, and I feel that generations past have been able to live that American dream, and it wasn't like jumping through hoops and doing gymnastics to just try to have a good life for themselves. And it's really taking a toll on everybody, and groceries too. People always complain about groceries, and anytime you go to a store and it costs $100, you feel like you barely even got anything. And I always like to point out, this is Biden's economy.
Very true. Biden's economy. Kamala Harris talks about day one, she'll be able to fix this, but how ironic that she's actually in office right now. She can go from her office in the Eisenhower building down those beautiful steps into the gorgeous Oval Office and that resolute desk and say, Mr. President, this is where we need to go. And instead, the borders are Kamala Harris failing to deal with inflation, failing to deal with a dangerous border, and in turn, their policies harming and killing American citizens left and right, rich and poor, the fentanyl crisis being of paramount pain and horrible, horrible totality of loss due to the Chinese Communist Party and an open border. President Trump wanting to address those issues in his speech, Make America Strong Again, focus on national security, just upcoming here in a few minutes. He has been remarkably on time recently. Sometimes that varies, you know, in Montana. Thanks for sticking with us, because we had Mike and Nikki out there in that beautiful Montana state where there's some mechanical issues on the plane, but if you saw the plane flyby earlier, that was one of the coolest flybys ever, let alone a 757. He has some of the best pilots, former Air Force veterans who know what they're doing. They've been in war zones, and they're taking care of President Trump as he crisscrosses our great nation, seeking to become the 47th President of the United States. What a time to be alive. It's an honor to be here with you, Megan, to cover such an exciting time and to be really on the front row of history with great American, great MAGA patriots.
Thanks, Bobby. And I want to talk about inflation, energy independence, and the Middle East and Trump's policies going forward. So Joe Biden stopped the Keystone Pipeline. He stopped drilling with that, which led to inflation, and then in turn freed up cash flow for American adversaries like Russia and Iran, which is allowing them to fund more wars over in the Middle East. Do you think Donald Trump's drill baby drill policy would be helpful for our national security?
110%, and thank you for bringing that up, because we were energy independent when President Trump was in office, and I had the privilege of covering local Alaskan politics. I was an anchor in Anchorage and correspondent reporter doing the city beat for the local politics. You got to see how important the oil industry was in Alaska for that local economy, and not only for the state of Alaska, the city of Anchorage, but our national security. And President Trump is right. We have the most oil reserves. We have more oil and natural gas than anyone. That includes Saudi Arabia, and that will bring the bad actors to the table. They won't feel like they have to be so aggressive with us. It may even deter friends and allies like Saudi Arabia from dealing with states and governments like the Chinese Communist Party, like India, like Brazil. Saudi Arabia not trusting President Joe Biden and moving away from the petrodollar, which was the highlight of American foreign policy for 50 plus years until Joe Biden got into office, something that dated back all the way to the Nixon administration. So I think he probably will highlight that today in his speech about making America strong again.
Right, and I feel that President Joe Biden decided that he was going to stop drilling in the name of climate change so that we would be more green. But then again, all these other countries across the world are still drilling, and that's giving them more power and weakening us.
Absolutely, and that's why we got out of the Paris Climate Accords, because he said this is a bad deal. It weakens America, and sorry, we had our Industrial Revolution. If you're behind us, you know, tough luck. And another thing I have to credit Mr. Elon Musk for, which I've been doing a lot today with his Starlink and the amazing ability with this internet in the middle of rural North Carolina to bring it to you, the American people. You have a situation where Elon Musk talked to President Trump with their X conversation. I think the biggest online conversation, billions tuning in for that. And Elon Musk talked about the cubic metric tons of gas that is in or greenhouse gas that's in our environment, where we're around the number 40. You need thousands and thousands to get into that. And granted, I'm not a scientist, but Elon Musk has to deal with this with many of his businesses when it comes to SpaceX, when it comes to his exploration. And both him and President Trump agree you don't destroy your economy in the process of green energy and the green movement. And they're both gentlemen who are very much in favor of the green movement. They just want you to make your choice and let the economy free market capitalism, choose that course, not big government regulations, not big business and big bureaucracies who can tank the American economy and your wallet. Just remember Solyndra in 2009 with the Obama administration. Got all that money from the government and hurt American middle class and taxpayers at home. And Solyndra went belly up, and all these big government bureaucrats made all that money. Just ridiculous policy.
Right. They always take something and twist it and make it sound like it's going to be better for us. Oh, it's for your health. It's for your safety. It's for climate change. But then in turn, it turns into a police state and a surveillance state. So we want to protect our freedoms at all costs. And that's what the Republican platform is all about.
It is. It is a contract with America, just like Speaker Newt Gingrich presented in 1994 from a legislative perspective. Now President Trump has presented taking real control and injecting, I should say, his vision for America with the 20 policy points, this populist movement that can appeal to all Americans. And so much fun here with hearing the music, seeing the people, and the energy behind this movement that we got to see our friend Edward, who has been, I see him in the audience. He went from that green MAGA hat to a blue one. He's dead center with his Hawaiian.
He's been to a lot of rallies.
This is his 75th, and we spoke to him earlier today, and we'll probably have him on camera at some point the next couple of weeks here. But is there anything that you're expecting from President Trump's speech today that will be a highlight to make America strong again?
Well, from a conservative and libertarian standpoint, we want limited government. We want to protect our freedoms, and really the role of the government is to keep us safe. So I think it's going to be an amazing speech today on national security and foreign policy, and I really think he's going to hit hard on the border, deportation, and I really hope he addresses everything going on in the Middle East too.
I think you'll hit on that. Those are really excellent points, because he's going to remind us about what happened 4 short years ago, what he was able to accomplish, the way he was able to enhance relationships with our allies and also adversaries. I like to bring up Kim Jong-un, the fact that most presidents would look with binoculars across the 39th parallel, almost looking like they were in fear. My governor, Brian Kemp, actually recently visited, and it was, again, behind that 39th parallel. Did not look like American strength necessarily, but President Donald Trump went right to that line, and Kim Jong-un welcoming him over that 39th parallel and then being able to break bread in that regard. And that's why you need to protect yourself financially, because these are uncertain times. Birch Gold is perhaps our #1 partner in that. Protect yourself financially. Change your 401k or IRA, if you need to alter it at all, to tangible gold, silver, and precious metals. The Birch Gold Group is outstanding, and they're patriots you can trust and talk to anytime. Ron Paul, Steve Bannon, Dan Bongino, all trust this wonderful organization, and you can get their free pamphlet in the mail. Text Trump to 989898. That is Trump, easy to remember, to 989898 for your Birch Gold pamphlet. And again, 50 years of the petrodollar foreign policy, the United States and Saudi Arabia leading the way in that drilling overseas, but now the Saudis wanting to trade with the Chinese, the Brazilians, the Indians, the BRICS nations, and it's weakening the American dollar. So turn to gold in these trying times, and like Megan said, drill baby drill.
How about going back to the gold standard? Would you like to see that?
I would love to see that, and it's interesting to talk to economists about this, because there are some difficulties with that, but it might be a slower process than usual. I'd like to see President Trump perhaps address that. He's touched on it a bit, and I think that'll mostly come from the drilling and national security aspects to get back to that gold standard, but that would be interesting. Real tangible poll. Let's ask the American people what they think about it. Do you trust paper money that could just be printed and inflated willy-nilly, that really is worth nothing at the end of the day? Or these gold bars, silver, and tangible metals that you can actually hold and look at and trade in case we get into a major pickle?
Yeah, absolutely. People in the government can print as many dollars as they want. So
Exactly.
inflation can get out of control. So I think it's always going to be a smart idea to invest in gold and precious metals.
Very true. That's what you have to do. Make sure you're safe at home, whether it's with your physical health and wellness, and get that through all these wonderful sponsors that we have. We thank them so much, whether it be My Pillow, the wellness company with Dr. Peter McCullough, Birch Gold, and friends, family at home, the great American Patriots. I really feel like we're family. We get to come to you now so many days throughout the week to bring you this amazing content. This is the first rally first outdoor rally since the attempted botched assassination attempt. Thank God President Trump is okay. Thank God his family is okay. So tough, so strong, moving forward. Thank you to our Secret Service, our military, our local law enforcement. There are snipers on the roof, snipers ready to protect the President of the United States. But we are a network that relies solely on donations. So please go to RSBN, RightSideBroadcasting.com, and donate to us. We're very grateful for all the money, whether it's $5, $10, $15. That makes a difference in getting this content to you, whether it be on YouTube, through Rumble. We can get you through X, formerly Twitter. You can watch us on so many platforms. Facebook. We were once canceled on some of these platforms, and President Trump was once canceled. But now the beautiful thing about entities like True Social, like Rumble, we can get our message out there without fear of being canceled. And I think people like Mark Zuckerberg seem to be maybe coming to the light a little bit. But, this is a fight between big corporate media, oligarchs, big tech, to suppress your voice. And at RSBN, we will bring you all the coverage of an entire rally so you, the viewers at home, can make up your mind and enjoy what is known as the Make America Great Again movement.
It really is an honor to be part of RSBN, and I've always wanted to get involved, and this is, I think, the perfect way to do it. I'm so happy to be here, and RSBN is such a unique network because we really share the truth. We don't go off of what the mainstream media says. We're really giving people a voice. When we go out and we talk to people and interview them before the rallies, you get to hear firsthand what these great Americans have to say. And it's really exciting that we stream the entire rally for the entire day. I think it just makes RSBN so unique, and I love being here.
Well, thank you so much, Megan. It's a pleasure to have you and to be partnering with you today. And of course, Paul Ingracia, Nikki Stanzione, Vanessa Broussard, the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in studio today with us. Everyone really working hard around the clock to bring this wonderful coverage to you. And thank you to our sponsors and our viewers at home for supporting us. We are a hopeful, God-fearing network that brings you a positive outlook on this. Why? Because it is positive. And Mr. Director, I think right before President Trump comes on stage, maybe we can pan again to these great MAGA patriots again who are excited to be out in the crowd. You can see this overflow here. Who's excited for President Trump? He's coming on in a little bit. So it's not just the MAGA patriots right up against the stage, it's the overflow crowd in beautiful Asheboro, North Carolina. 16 electoral votes at stake. We have even Notre Dame fans. Go Irish. Football season is right around the corner, and we are ready for what's going to be a football battle. We're in really, the first quarter of what's going to be a long season between Donald Trump and lying Kamala Harris. We are so excited for this battle. FactCheckHarris.com. We're voting Republican. You heard it here first, folks, from the great MAGA patriots who are in an overflow crowd getting ready for President Trump. Can we see some of the signs? Look at those. 47. Trump Vance. Peace through strength. What are we going to do? Fight, fight, fight. The excitement. Everyone ready to go. Ready to have a great time to listen to President Trump make America strong again. The theme of today at this MAGA rally in Asheboro, North Carolina. So that's the other thing we do. Unlike many of our friends and colleagues here on stage who do not pan the cameras, we will pan the cameras out to you and show you just the amazing crowds that are at these rallies. And wow, I'm excited to be outside getting a little bit of a Nice suntan today.
Incredible. And Bobby, you've been involved in politics for a while. Can you describe the difference between what you're seeing today versus in decades past with maybe Bush or Romney or McCain? How is the energy now compared to then?
Well, great question, Megan. You know, in high school and into college, being involved in the Teenage Republicans, College Republicans, now the Young Republicans, all extraordinary organizations. The biggest difference is the opening of the doors. I've gotten to witness President Trump, whether it was an employee for Turning Point USA or as True Social or now here at RSBN, to cover these rallies. I've never seen a leader so openly talk about, especially to young people. He'll say, many of you will be standing right here one day. Many of you will have this moment. I see future presidents, I see future congressmen, future business leaders. A movement willing to build up its base and open that door up for the young leaders in America. That was not the case with George W. Bush, wasn't the case with John McCain, and sure as heck wasn't the case with Mitt Romney. So a much more robust party, a much larger tent that actually mirrors what Ronald Reagan accomplished just a few years ago in the grand scheme of history. So I'm very thankful to President Trump for that and for having a seat at the table. And I know many other young Republicans are as well.
And that is a great point you bring up about the young Republicans in our party. I think it's very inspiring that Donald Trump is having this message of young people standing up to do what's right, because the founding fathers were only in their early mid-20s, a lot of them, when they signed the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. So I think it's a testament to our roots of America that the young people need to stand up and do what's right for this country. And I'm proud to be part of that.
And it's wonderful. That's a great point, because so many young people, we see them as just old men. There were 18-year-olds, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. Oh, there's Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson going by, the next governor of North Carolina. He is a fan favorite here. Also, we have Senator Judd in the House, a great United States Senator representing North Carolina. North Carolina has strong leadership. We were fortunate enough to interview Jason Simmons, the GOP chair here in North Carolina. Of course, Michael Whatley, their former chair, now the RNC co-chair with Laura Trump. But Megan, to your point, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds who signed the Declaration of Independence, who are involved in molding the U.S. Constitution. You're not too young to get started. We all have spheres of influence. We all can get involved at that grassroots level, at your schools, at your churches, to make America great again, to get engaged. So don't be intimidated simply by your age. Get involved in the movement and sign up today to run for school board, run for city council, become a precinct committeeman, because many of those roles you can actually do at 18. Even some states, I believe Iowa, you can be 18 and be a state legislator, and why not go after it? You're smart enough, you're bold enough, especially if you're watching RSBN.
Yes, absolutely. Be bold and be brave and do what's right for this country.
It's funny too.
We can't afford to let it go to waste.
Absolutely. Don't let it go to waste. And I think you have a lot of influence in saying that, because you're someone who has really jumped at every opportunity, whether it be in sports with cheerleading, whether it be now in also your real estate business. We are people who want to go after things at RSBN. So important to take the bull by its horns. And that's what the President Donald Trump's message is all about. It even brings to mind my old friend Charlie Kirk at Turning Point USA, a great friend of the organization here at RSBN. He was asked recently, they do those campus clashes or those campus engagement groups, and he likes to bring up people who disagree with them. And someone claimed to say that, God's only mentioned 4 times in the U.S. Constitution. Are we really a God-fearing nation? Is this really a Christian nation? He mentioned that, Charlie mentioned back to him, every colony had a declaration or commitment to being a Christian or having faith to come into the Union. So there's a large history of being a religious people that adhere to the laws of God, not of man, and that we're all equal under God with certain inalienable rights that brought to the founding of our country. And we're unique in that regard compared to the whole of human history. A revolution that did not end up with a straw man, but rather ended up with a Bill of Rights, law and order, a constitutional republic. All men created equal under God. It inspires me every day.
Right, and having that foundation of our faith that created this country keeps us rooted in faith, family, and freedom. I mean, other countries around the world are atheists, basically, and it doesn't mean that there's no God there. The God becomes their government. So I don't want to see that happen in America. So we need to hold strong in that.
And that's really the thing that's happened in the last 100 or so years of American history. You have a situation where the state has tried to take over the church. Take Russia, for example, with Orthodox Christianity and the historical czars, the monarchy, who were devout Christians, murdered by the Bolsheviks. Their entire families wiped out. You have China. If you have a chance to, the Epoch Times has a great way of advertising Shenyang. I actually saw that back in January in Georgia. It's a song and dance presentation that talks about Chinese history and the richness of it that goes back thousands of years, all destroyed or being destroyed by communism. The state becomes the god. The leaders become worshipped and feared.
Right.
And you're exactly right, Megan. The church becomes irrelevant in these governments. And it can happen in America. It's happened in the West. Look at Venezuela. Look at Canada and Australia. The COVID lockdowns, they were arresting pastors simply for holding services. Simply, a gentleman stepped out for a cigarette, and I remember he was arrested in Canada for going outside. Utterly bizarre what's happening in the Western world, so it's up to us this election to make our voices heard peacefully and patriotically, making that plan to vote and getting out that vote for the Trump Force 47, MAGA patriots, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. And I am Bobby McNeely. If you're just tuning in, I am with Megan Kohler. She is new to RSBN, and we're so happy to have her.
Thank you.
A cheerleader extraordinaire, a business person, someone who is sharp and keen on all going on in American politics, especially in your home state of Ohio. How excited were you to see your Senator, J.D. Vance?
It's really inspiring, especially with his background and his story, to see someone like that from Ohio, that you can work really hard and get anywhere in this country. I mean, he's a living testament of the American dream. And I saw him at the RNC, and I also saw Bernie Moreno, who's running for U.S. Senate against Sherrod Brown. So I really hope that you all go out and vote for Bernie Moreno as well.
That's an exciting opportunity to get rid of someone, Sherrod Brown, who was a populist person when he first entered office, who could have easily worked very closely with President Trump, but someone like, I think Bernie Sanders got hijacked by a far-left ideology, and also the big tech, big business, big government oligarchs in Washington, D.C., some of the lobbyists that like to treat our politicians like pawns, and that's what really MAGA is all about, sending those with a business background into the arena. Just look at, a chart came out recently talking about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz versus Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have the bulk of their career is private business and or military, outside of government service. So they bring so much to being able to work with public-private entities and knowing how those things work, versus Walz and Harris, who have spent their entire lives in the public light, who only know government and only know large bureaucracies, who never had to balance a budget, who never had to really balance a paycheck, and have a staff of people who are relying on making not only their careers better, but providing home and shelter for their own families.
That's a really great point, that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were creating businesses in private sectors, so they really understand how real life works and how businesses are built, versus the career politicians that haven't created anything. There really are just puppets for what the left wants to do, or even the rhinos, I guess, that were at some point in the government. So I think it's really inspiring to see what J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have accomplished, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do next.
And that's the thing about this. It's not so much Republican versus Democrat anymore. It really doesn't matter what party letter is next to your name. It's what are you going to do for the American people? And Senator J.D. Vance highlighting that in his speech a short moment ago, that President Trump isn't just throwing out rhetoric like almost all politicians of soft talk like Barack Obama last night. I went, oh brother, here we go again. A beautiful message. I commend the 44th president, in case he's watching RSBN. I doubt that he is, but good job, Mr. President. You gave a great speech. Here's the problem. It landed on empty rhetoric. It was the same dry, hot air that we're so used to as the American people when inflation goes up and you aren't even protecting the American people by opening up a border and having a world that is on fire, the closest we've ever been to a World War III. Well, J.D. Vance said, elect President Trump once again so he could seal that border, but also be tough with our adversaries, and also have restraint with our military, ready, willing, and able to use it, but also will not just go shoot and pillage and start unneeded wars like Republican and Democrat administrations have caused in the past. Really, this thing, Megan, that we're dealing with right now is all the cause of Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and yes, Kamala Harris, who is currently still in office.
Right, and I think it's amazing what President Trump has done in the past, using his negotiation skills from his business background, and also he understands the world economy, he understands trade, and he was able to renegotiate trade deals that we were getting the short end of the stick. So he was really able to not only increase the American productivity locally, but globally.
And that's what we're Midwest kids, and we got to see growing up that you go into some of these manufacturing towns that built Ohio. The city of Broad Shoulders, my hometown of Chicago, Illinois, manufacturing was the pioneer of those areas. And the middle class was the robust backbone that built up places like Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota. All this blue wall that came tearing down with President Donald Trump coming onto the political scene. And we've seen it, how they had a resurgence 4 years ago in areas like Peoria, Illinois, in the Midwest where manufacturing was king. And now they're suffering again because of the Biden-Harris communist policies that put China first and abandon the American middle class. That's why we had Sean O'Brien, the International Teamsters president, who was the first Teamster in 121 years to address a Republican National Convention. And he said it was not the far right, it was not the far left, it was President Donald Trump who brought us to the table. What an amazing testimony, and a man for the people, a man for such a time as this, quite frankly.
It is.
Would you like to introduce him?
Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Looks like Senator Vance is coming back out. Enjoy.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Are
you ready to hear from the next president of the United States? Oh, come on. I said, are you ready to hear from the next president of the United States? Let's remember, 8 years ago, Donald Trump had everything you could want: fame, fortune, family, friends. He gave the easy life up so that we could get our country back. He traded everything for an unjust persecution, for slander, for scorn, so that we could save the United States of America. Now, they couldn't beat him at the ballot box, so they tried to bankrupt him. They failed at that, so they tried to impeach him. They failed at that, so they tried to put him in prison. And they even tried to kill him. But as sure as that beautiful flag still waves behind me in the American sky, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, ready to make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend and our President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. It's great to be here. What a place. Did you like the flyover? That was pretty good. We were going low and fast. That was moving along. That was pretty low. Just want to thank JD. He's doing a fantastic job. And I want to thank North Carolina. I love North Carolina. I love them. 76 days from now, we're going to win this state, and we're going to win the White House, that beautiful, beautiful building. That beautiful building. I want to thank Senator Ted Budd, who's doing such a great job. Senator Ted Budd, thank you. Thank you. Great job, Ted. Mark Robinson, he's out there. He's fighting. He's fighting. He's a great one. And I think we have a lot of our sheriffs here, don't we have? Where are they? Will this stage hold them? I'd love to bring them up. Come on, sheriffs, get up here. Mark, come on. I don't know if this stage is going to hold them, but if it doesn't, we've had bigger risks than this. All right? Come on, sheriffs. If you weigh more than 200 pounds, don't come up. I'm only kidding. Come on. Hi, fellas. Welcome, North Carolina. Slow down, guys. Come on down. Double them up. I don't know if this thing's going to hold it, but if it doesn't, we're not going to get it. I think we get it. I think you better stay up. Slide down a little bit. Just so you know, these are great people, but I want to get them the hell off the stage, because I guarantee they didn't have this in mind when they built this. Thank goodness Mark lost a lot of weight over the last couple of months. You did, actually. Well, I want to thank you all very much. You are the reason we're able to be here, and that you have a safe state and a great state. Thank you all very much. Thank you. That's some group of people for endorsements, too. Every group virtually in the country, law enforcement endorsed us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Good luck, Mark. He'll win. Got to win. He's got to win. Got to win. He's a good man. Thank you. Oh, I feel much better. I feel very much better that they got off the stage. I had no idea what was going to happen, but it's not that far down. You know, I had no idea what was. I'm a big structural guy. But I want to thank also members of Congress, Richard Hudson and Byron Donalds, two warriors, two great people, two unbelievable. Where's Byron? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where's Byron? Oh, look at him over there. He knows how to get attention. Look at that guy. He's been my friend for a long time. Thank you for everything, Byron. And you have, thank you very much, congressional candidate Mark Harris. Mark? Hi, Mark. Good going, Mark. Good numbers. Good numbers. Brad Knott and Addison McDowell. They're all going to be winners very soon. Young, good-looking people. Thank you very much. Great. The State House Speaker, Tim Moore. Tim? Where is Tim? Oh, he's nice and safe back there. Oh, hello, Tim. I appreciate it, Tim. And Neil Jackson, State Rep. Neil Jackson. Thank you very much. Thank you, Neil. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. What a job he's doing. What a job he's doing. And North Carolina GOP Chairman Jason Simmons, who's been a friend of ours for a long time. Where's Jason? Nice tall character right here. Thank you very much, Jason. And somebody that's been with me from day one, he's a real general. You know, we have the real generals and we have the fake woke generals that did so poorly in Afghanistan, should have all been fired. But this is a real general, Keith Kellogg. Right, Keith? And this is a great group. It's good to see you, Keith. He's been with me from before day one, right? He said, that guy should run. We got to get him to run. I like those guys. They were here before I ran. You know, there's quite a few of them, too. We have the front row, Joes, you know that? And very importantly, we have the most magnificent women. First time, you know, they travel all over the country to be with us for rallies. They're at close to a couple of hundred rallies. I don't know what their husbands are doing about this. This is a little crazy. Look how beautiful. And they're from North Carolina. And for a change, they don't have to travel so far, right? How far are you from here? 2 hours is nothing. It's a pretty big state, actually. Thank you very much. As always, you are special, special people, great women. They love our country. Before we begin, I want to address the massive scandal around the revised job numbers that were just announced this morning, a little while ago, just before I came up, I got to see them. And it really isn't a revision. It's a total lie. Total lie. There's never been any revision like this. They wanted it to come out after the election, but somehow it got leaked. It got leaked. Government leaks, too. The Harris-Biden administration has been caught fraudulently manipulating job statistics to hide the true extent of the economic ruin that they've inflicted on America. The new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the administration padded the numbers with an extra, listen to this one, 818,000 jobs that don't exist. So they said they existed, and they never did exist. They built them up so that they could say what a wonderful job they're doing. No, we've never had numbers like this. They don't exist. They thought they could do it sometime after, you know, we have an election coming up very quickly, but they wanted this to come out after November 5th when it wouldn't have meant so much, but it came out a little early, so there's a patriot in there someplace, right? The real numbers are much worse than that. And Comrade Kamala, you know, she's Comrade, the most radical left person ever to run for a high political office in our country. Gets another 4 years, millions of jobs, and it'll vanish overnight. She gets 4 more years, you're going to see jobs vanish. Millions and millions will vanish, and inflation will completely destroy our country. We'll have inflation worse than they've given us. You know, when I gave it to them, I had virtually no inflation, and now their number's up to 22, 23%, but their real number is probably 40 to 50% because a lot of the things in their numbers aren't included. I saw another one where the FBI releases crime statistics, and they weren't that bad. And then they left out little things like New York, Chicago. They left out various areas, and that wasn't so good. Your life savings will be totally wiped out. And if you put somebody like that in there with him, how about him? How about him? She'll destroy our country just like she destroyed San Francisco, just like she destroyed California. With the Trump victory, we will once again have the greatest economy in history. We're going to do things that are going to make us so great so fast. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make America strong again. We're going to make America great again. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be fantastic. So I just want to thank you very much for your support, because I've always had fantastic support from you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a job to do. You know, we have a job to do. We had some very good polls this morning, despite their charade. I call it the party, the Democrats' party. Do you know 5 people in Chicago were killed in the last little while since that charade that they have going on? They mentioned my name, I think, 271 times. They mentioned the economy like 12 times. They mentioned the border, maybe none. They don't talk about the border. Our great border czar doesn't talk about the border. But they mentioned me more than any other category. I'm now a category. They had me down today as a category. That's all they talk about. Trump. We've driven them crazy. They have Trump derangement syndrome. We've driven them crazy, and they should be driven crazy. They've done a terrible job for our country in every single way. There's not a thing they've done well except cheat and lie. They lie about stats. No, they lied about the crime numbers. The crime numbers didn't look bad. Then they found out that many of the worst places weren't included in the numbers. And that was done by the FBI, which is sad. 4 years ago, our country was strong and respected like never before. Our allies admired us. Our enemies feared us, because everyone knew that as an American president, I was all about putting America first. That's true. Under my leadership, we rebuilt the United States military, created Space Force, and we made our allies pay their fair share and their fair dues. You know, we went to NATO, we say, you're not paying, you got to pay. If you remember, President Bush would go and he'd make a speech. Obama would go, he'd make a speech. They all made speeches. This one didn't even make a speech, this last one. But I went, I said, nobody's paying. You got to pay. And they did, paid hundreds of billions of dollars. They said, well, does that mean you won't support us if we don't pay? I said, that's what it means. I had to say that. I got a lot of heat for that. People, the fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news gave me a hard time for that. The fake news was saying, what a terrible thing to say to our allies. Our allies weren't paying. And I said, you got to pay. We were paying for everybody. So they take advantage of us on trade, and then we also pay for their military. That somehow doesn't work. So they had to pay. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. But I said to them, no, that means I will not protect you. I will not protect you. They said, sir, if we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? Used to be Soviet Union, now Russia. Will you protect us? I said, are you paid? No, let's assume we're not paid. Then you're delinquent, right? Well, yes, that's an old real estate term. You're delinquent, yes. No, we will not protect you. The press went crazy that I said, and you know what? If I would have said the other way, they would have never paid. Hundreds of billions were sent into NATO. But we defeated ISIS. We killed the world's top terrorists. We secured our borders. We achieved energy independence. We stood up to China. We protected Israel. We made peace in the Middle East with the Abraham Accords, and more. We did things like nobody ever heard of, and we brought our troops mostly back home. We didn't start any wars for 79 years it was before. We didn't start wars, 79, 80 years. Everybody said, oh, he's going to start wars with his attitude. No, my attitude kept us out of wars. I stopped wars with phone calls. Russia should have never happened. With Ukraine, would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. Nope, there was no talk of that. would have never, ever happened with Putin, would have never happened. And Israel, October 7th, would have never happened. Iran would have never done that. They had very little money at that point. Now they're rich as hell. But Biden allowed that to happen. And Kamala, where's Biden? What happened to Biden? Where is he? He's on a beach. He's on a beach. You know, he's got somebody that thinks he looks great in a bathing suit. He likes to go to a beach. How do you leave here and go on a beach? You can't do it. There are things you just don't do. People don't want to see you in a bathing suit. Walks badly. It's hard to walk in the sand. You know, he has a hard time lifting his feet through the sand. And then he grabs the chair. The chair is meant for old people to lift and young kids to lift, like, you know, 4-year-old kids, right? And he can't lift it. He needs a little help. The whole thing is crazy. How we ever got that is crazy. And what happened to our country with inflation and with disrespect from all over the world, and all these wars are starting all over the place. And we're very close to a third world war, and don't kid yourself, because they are laughing, but they're not laughing too much. You're a little worried about a certain person winning the election. We had some very good polls today. And if that happens, you're not going to have any third world wars. Every American was safer under President Trump. In fact, the entire world was safer when I sat behind that beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office. You know, I heard the other day, for the first time, I heard Biden say, the beautiful, resolute desk. He never said that before. They copy me. When I say we're a nation in decline, guys are copying me. Then they say they shouldn't say that, but they thought the words were beautiful. But they copy me all the time. In that case, it was Republicans that were copying me because they happen to be right, so I don't mind if a Republican copies me. Any of you guys want to copy me. But it's a sad thing to have to say, but they copy me. The resolute desk, he never mentioned that. He doesn't even know what the hell the resolute desk is. Exactly 3 years ago this month, the weakness and incompetence of Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden delivered the most humiliating event in the history of our country and one of the biggest military disasters in the history of the world, as far as I'm concerned. No one will ever forget the horrifying images of their catastrophic retreat from Afghanistan. Desperate Afghans fell to their deaths from the wheels of U.S. cargo planes that were 3,000 feet up in the air. Bloodthirsty terrorists poured out of the prisons after Biden and Harris surrendered Bagram, one of the largest air military bases anywhere in the world. We spent billions and billions of dollars building it many years ago. And, you know, it was important to keep it. I was never leaving that. I would have been out faster than them. I said, that's not, we were there for almost 21 years. And I said, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And we had no soldiers killed for 18 months while I was there because they knew, don't play around with our soldiers. They were killing them. They were killing them under Obama. Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking shots at your president. And so was Michelle. You know, they always say, sure, please stick to policy. Don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to stick to policy? Sir, you must stick to policy. You'll win it on the border. You'll win it with inflation. You'll win it with your great military that you built that they gave away $85 billion worth of it in Afghanistan. Sir, you're going to win it on crime. The crime is running through the streets like never before. You're going to win it on all of these things, and maybe especially, I think two things, the economy, inflation, because I view them together, what they've done to inflation, and they caused it with energy. What they did with energy is so stupid. If we were there, our energy, we would be so dominant all over the world right now. We were already energy independent. I made you energy independent, but we would be energy dominant, we'd be paying back debt, we'd be reducing your taxes still further. We gave you the largest tax cuts ever. And a lot of good things were going to happen, but now we're just going to have to sort of call it a delay of 4 years. But these people don't have any idea what they're doing. You had 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. I got to know a lot of the relatives, friends, and mothers and fathers of those 13 people. 45 others were horrifically wounded, and $85 billion worth of the best military equipment anywhere in the world was handed over to these people. In fact, Afghanistan is now one of the largest arms merchants anywhere in the world. Did you know that? They're selling our equipment at tremendous prices. They're selling our beautiful. We had 70,000 armored trucks, many of them armored trucks and vehicles. Think of this. We had 700,000 rifles and guns. I actually say, what the hell did they need so many for? 700,000 rifles and guns. We had goggles, brand new, right out of the box. You know, they didn't fight at night because they never had goggles, right? Good fighters. They never had goggles. Now they have brand new goggles, all left by the Biden-Harris administration. Gave them billions and billions of dollars, just gave it to them, and now they sell that equipment because they don't need 700,000 rifles. They need 20,000, little difference. They don't need 70,000 vehicles. They need 500 vehicles. You have to ask yourself, who bought all that stuff in the first place? Who bought it all? How disgusted we're all, when we see, all of us are, when we see 3 days ago when we viewed their parade, our military equipment running down the middle of their main avenue, brand new, beautiful, armor-plated trucks, tanks, and vehicles, running down the middle, and they're all celebrating because we have stupid people running our government, and she'll be worse than Biden because he wasn't really a believer, but she's a radical left believer. She ruined San Francisco. She ruined California. And if she gets in, our country doesn't have a chance. This calamity is on Comrade Kamala Harris's shoulders. I think her name will be Comrade because I think that's the most accurate name. You know, I've been looking for a name. People are saying, sir, don't do it. You know all my names. They've all worked. They've all been very successful. And I really didn't find one with her. Sir, she's a woman. I said, so is Hillary Clinton. I called her Crooked Hillary. So nobody complained about that, right? Right? Mr. Governor, nobody complained about that. No, I called her Crooked Hillary. I call people names. I call crazy Nancy Pelosi crazy because she is. She's nuts. You know, Biden is really angry. You know, he's very angry. He was so angry the other night, he's like seething. You ever see a guy make a speech? It's such anger and so uncomfortable, just shouting. Yeah. But he's terrible. He's just terrible. Should have never been there. We all know that. Should have never been there. What they've done to this country is incredible. But she bragged that she would be the last person in the room, and she was. She was the last person in the room with Biden when the two of them decided to pull the troops out of Afghanistan. And by the way, pulling them out was absolutely right. I was going to do it. I'm the one that got the soldiers down to 5,000 people. I was going to do it, but we were going to get out last. You don't pull the soldiers out first. You let the soldiers stay last. And the head of the Taliban respected me, Abdul. I had conversations with him. After my conversations, not one soldier in 18 months was killed. But you pull the soldiers out last. Milley and these guys, you know, we have great generals, but Milley and Mattis and these guys, they didn't know what the hell. I call them television generals. The television generals are no good. But the generals that defeated ISIS, for me, were great. We have a great military. But she had the final vote. She had the final say, and she was all for it. You take the soldiers out. If I took that young person right there, about 5 or 6 years old, beautiful young person, and if I said, I gave little details, like about 30 seconds worth of details. Would you take the military out first or last? Sir, I'd take the military out last. But they took it out first. And then we left hostages. We left all of the equipment. We left everything. And we left Bagram. And now China is occupying Bagram. Bagram being 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Wouldn't it have been nice to have our big, fat, beautiful base? It was probably built there for that reason. But China 1 hour away, and now China is occupying that massive, big base. Some of the biggest runways in the world. They can hold heavier loads than any runways in the world. Under my leadership, we were getting out of Afghanistan, but we were going to get out with dignity, pride, and with strength. When I left office, we had not lost a single service member in the combat in Afghanistan in more than 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where we lost so many, and so many were so badly hurt. Arms, legs gone, face just obliterated. We lost so many great people that day. Nobody talks about the people that were so badly injured. They never mention them. I always mention them. All over the world, our adversaries knew that America was not to be trifled with when I was your commander-in-chief. And you know, it's very interesting. If you look at Hungary, very strong country, very strong leader, Viktor Orban, he said the only thing that's going to save the whole world is Trump has to be president again. We had no problems. We had no problems. He said, we had no problems. I don't use the term, but he did. He said, China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. They always said, oh, I was so friendly to Russia. I'm the one that stopped the Russian pipeline called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever, the biggest development they ever had to feed oil all over Europe, I stopped it. And then Biden comes in and he gives them everything. He gave them the pipeline. They built the pipeline, but I stopped it. Putin said, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to us. I said, I'm sorry, I have to do it. And he approves it right away. And then they say, Trump was not strong on Russia. I think they got it wrong. Putin actually said, if you weren't strong, I'd like to find out how bad would you be if you were strong, because you were brutal. But, you know, I got along with him. It's good to get along with these countries. I got along with China. That wouldn't have happened. What's happening right now, they're planning an attack on Taiwan. There's no question about that. That wouldn't have happened. It wasn't going to happen. They knew that you weren't allowed to do that. Putin would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. It's a sad, sad situation. So many people are dead. So many people are gone. So many cities. You look at Ukraine, those cities are just wiped off the face of the earth. They're outside of Kiev and a couple of others. They're basically just flattened. Far more people dead than they let you know. It's like your numbers that were released fraudulently today. Far more people dead in that war than anybody would know. When those big buildings come tumbling down, hit with rockets, so ridiculous. There's nothing left. It's so ridiculous. But since the Afghanistan catastrophe, it's been open season on America and our allies. I really believe that the Afghan disaster, what happened, the stupidity and the way we pulled out and the bedlam and all of that, it would have been very smooth. We were going to get out with strength and dignity. But when Putin saw that, he said, wow, those people don't know what they're doing. They're overrated. And he went in, and the same thing happened with Iran. Iran was not going to play with us. And now Iran is a rich nation. They have $300 billion. They had no money. And in 3.5 years, they made $300 billion. $300 billion they have right now. They made it all in 3.5 years. They had none when I left. And we would have made a fair deal with them. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. You can't have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, we want you to have great lives. But I do hear they're after me, but, you know, that's the way it is. Look, I'm here for you, and I'm here even for the world. We want to stop world wars because the equipment is so devastating now. A world war is obliteration. We can't have a world war. Every dictator, tyrant, and terrorist on the planet knows that they can get away with murder under Kamala and Crooked Joe. Kidnappers are getting millions and millions of dollars, but now they're getting billions. They're getting billions. What did you get for the 4 people that we released? Sir, they got $6 billion. What is $6 billion? Does anyone know what that means? $6 billion. They got $6 billion. People get kidnapped and, you know, they ask for like, how about $1,000? How about 500? They got $6 billion from these idiots. And you know what happens? When that happens, a lot of people are going to get kidnapped because they say, we're dealing with stupid people. A lot of people. We had 59 people that were hostage. Some in North Korea. That's about as tough as it gets. We got people out without paying for anything. We never gave money. We didn't want to give money. If we gave money, all they do is they go around kidnapping everybody. These people give, not only do they give $6 billion, they got the Prince of Death out. He's the #1 arms merchant in the world. Russia got him as part of one of the deals. the #1 arms merchant in the world. We got a couple of people. But, you know, why were they there? And why did they do what they did? But they got some of the most criminal, the toughest, meanest criminals anywhere in the world. On top of that, we paid them billions and billions of dollars. We're run by very stupid people. I'd like to use a different word. I'd like to use a much more sophisticated word, but there's no word I can think of. Incompetent. How about incompetent? As a result, peace in Europe has been shattered by the largest European land war since the fall of Nazi Germany. This is the largest war there's been, and this war is going to escalate and escalate. When, if, but when. I have to always say if, you know, because they cheat. I would say when if they didn't cheat, but they cheat. That's the one thing. They're great at cheating in elections. If we win, I'll get that thing settled before I take the office. I'll get it settled as president-elect. I'll get that war stopped. With Russia, yeah, we'll get that stopped. Ukraine and Russia, we're going to get it stopped, and quickly. It'll be done before I get to office. It would not have happened if I was president. It wasn't going to happen. In the Middle East, the Jewish people have suffered the worst atrocities and deadliest attacks since the Holocaust. There's no question about that. The United States has been forced to abandon more embassies under Comrade Kamala than at any time in our history. We're running out. It's not like we're leaving. We're being run out of these embassies that cost us hundreds of millions of dollars to build. You got to see these embassies in the middle of nowhere in a country you've never even heard of. They spent $900 million to build an embassy. The whole thing is crazy. The world is on fire, and Kamala and Biden have marched us to the brink of World War III. That's what we're in. I think, General, you would probably agree. You're one of the experts, I would think, right? I don't even talk to you about that lately. It's so out of control, I don't even have to bother. I just say, look, take a look. But one of the great experts, and we're on the brink. That's why this November Americans are going to tell Kamala Harris, that we've had enough. We can't take it anymore. You're doing a terrible job. Comrade Harris, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. You're no good. You're fired. Get him out of here. All you have to do is take a look at San Francisco. Look at the job she did. She had one policy. If you steal less than $1,000, basically $950 to be exact, I want to be accurate for purposes of reporters. The fake news media, they want accuracy. They don't have to be accurate, but we have to be accurate. But if you steal less than $950, they basically leave you alone. So I have guys going in robbing stores with a calculator. Let's see, this is $100. Did you notice? This is not going to happen in North Carolina, I don't think, is it? No. Let's see, that's $100, that's $59. Bing, 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 bing. Stop. But we don't want to go over $950. They walk out with it. Nobody does a thing. Starting the moment I lift my hand from the Bible after taking the oath of office, I will move to restore America to maximum strength and return the world to peace. We're going to return the world to peace. And mostly I can do it with a telephone call. You know, we don't have to send troops. I can do it with a telephone call. You go to war with another country that's friendly to us or even not friendly to us. You're not going to do business in the United States, and we're going to charge you 100% tariffs. And all of a sudden, the president or prime minister or dictator or whoever the hell is running the country says to me, sir, we won't go to war. I talked this world out of a lot of wars with telephone calls. I don't have to send in the troops. One of my most urgent priorities will be to quickly rebuild the readiness and spirit of the United States Armed Forces. And we had it built. We rebuilt it. We rebuilt the whole military, but it was decimated under this group of stupid people. You know, we had so much, when I came in, we had no ammunition. Did you know that? Remember? I used to talk about it. And I said, if it's true, which it was, why would you say that? We had people on television. Well, the United States has no ammunition. You know, some things you just keep to yourself, right? Do you remember from North Carolina, do you remember I used to talk about that all the time? Those are my best witnesses, those ladies. There's about 40 of them. They're all over the place. And they're always perfectly coiffed and perfectly dressed. They're beautiful and they're great. But no, I used to talk all the time. If you have no bullets, I can ask this group of leaders, you don't talk about it, but you get the bullets really fast, right? So within a year, I had so much that our warehouses were stocked to the gills. We never had so much. I bought so much, missiles, everything. I rebuilt our military, but that's been all dissipated now again because we give it away to everybody and for nothing. I mean, they don't do anything for us. We don't get anything. We don't even get a pledge that we'll pay you back someday if we have the money. How about that? Pay you back someday if we have the money. You know, I sponsor athletes sometimes. If I see somebody that I like in sports, I sponsor some golfers. Usually doesn't typically work out. I don't know if you know, it's like a 5,000 to 1 shot, but I'm good at that stuff and I can see talent. And I'll give them a few $1,000s. I'll give them $50,000. I'll say, you know, you're really good. You could make it. Why aren't you trying out for the tour? Sir, I have no money. I have to give lessons. I have no money. He said, you're too good to give lessons. You can be a tour player. I said, I don't have any money. I said, here's $50,000. And here's the deal. If you do well, you pay me back with no interest. Just good luck. If you don't do well, which you probably won't, because it's very hard, they say the worst is a boxer. If you sponsor a boxer, they're all great, they're winning all their fights, and then they turn professional, and they go in, and this goes with the UFC, run by Dana White, one of the greats of all time, which has really taken over for boxing. But it's the same thing, and people sponsor people, and they get what they get. But the worst is that what's wrong? Oh. A doctor, please. It is very hot here, I noticed. It's very hot. And a lot of the people waited for days to get here, so I understand it. Take your time, doctor. Take your time. Thank you. Yeah. Take your time, please. Thank you very much. You know, they come 2 days, 3 days early, and it's a lot of stress. We lose them. The only ones we don't lose are front row Joes. I don't know what they have going. They have something going here, Governor. Thank you very much. Thanks, Doctor. But America is blessed with the greatest military in the world, but our men and women in uniform have been betrayed by radical left politicians and some generals, and at the top they're woke. They're woke. We don't want woke generals. We want generals that know how to win, and we have them. We proved that when we wiped out ISIS, didn't we? Proved it. Sure, it'll take 5 years. We did it in three weeks. I think we did it in 3 weeks. We have the greatest military in the world, but you need the great leaders. Otherwise, your military can never be great. Everywhere I go, soldiers and veterans tell me how angry they are that not one person has been held accountable for the Afghanistan catastrophe. He never fired anybody. You know, I fire a lot of people when they don't do a good job. Then they come back and write books. You know, they hate you, but that's okay. When you don't fire people, they never write books, you know. But I fired a lot of people. I wasn't happy with their service. I wasn't happy with the job they did, and I fire them. I let them go. I mean, I'm working for you. I'm not doing this for myself. But when you fire them, they always come back with something. And now nobody's ever been in the position where, you know, they get offered all sorts of money from the fake news and everything else, and fame. We're going to make you famous. All you have to do is make up some stories about Trump. But people don't seem to care. It's phony stuff, phony, horrible. They're lightweights. They're terrible people. You know, when I came, don't forget, I didn't know anybody in Washington. I'm president of the United States. I'm going down Pennsylvania Avenue with the biggest load of military and police and motorcycles and everything you've ever seen. And I didn't know anybody. I said to my wife, I don't know a lot of people, but the people I know, I got recommendations from a lot of good people, well-meaning people. Some were good. Most were great. But we had some bad ones too. But now I know them all in Washington. I know the good ones, the weak ones, guys like this. I know the weak ones and the bad ones. General, we know the dumb ones and the smart ones, don't we? We know them all. But the voters will hold Kamala and Joe accountable for this November when I take office, and they're going to be held accountable for what they've done to this country. Right? Thank you. I will ask for the resignations of every single senior military official who touched the Afghanistan disaster. I want their resignations immediately. And I want them on the desk in the Oval Office, the Resolute desk. I want them on at 12 o'clock, Inauguration Day, everybody involved with that disaster. When you have a disaster so stupid as that caused us such problems, you don't know what that's done to the reputation of our country, the Afghanistan disaster. This house cleaning will be a signal to the entire world and America military and everybody else. They want people to be held accountable for failure and incompetence. And it's just not acceptable that something like that could happen. These are fighters. They fight with broken, old, obsolete weapons and knives. We have F-16s. We have F-35s, F-32s. And we were knocking the hell out of them, just knocking the hell out of them. It was easy. But I said, what the hell are we doing this for? Let's get the hell out of there. We were getting out with such strength. They were so happy they couldn't believe it. And then these people came in, and it's horrible to even think about what happened. And countries all over the world lost respect for us because of Afghanistan. We demand success and we demand victory. We want victory from our soldiers and from everybody else. Under Comrade Kamala Harris, and I call her that because there's never been, she's a Marxist, okay? I was saying, do you think she's a Marxist or a communist? To people that really study this stuff, they weren't able to tell me. They said it could be all the way, it could be communist, but she's damn close. They said it was definitely one or the other, but they couldn't actually tell me. Was it communist or Marxist? Sir, it's one or the other. We're not sure. We'll figure it out. But under Comrade Kamala, our military has been abused for radical social experiments. On day one, I will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our U.S. armed forces. We're taking it out. Our warriors should be focused on defeating America's enemies, not figuring out their genders. By that time, hopefully they know their genders. Marxist ideologies have no place in combat. Think of it, they go in and they decide, oh, they're going to change my gender. No, we want them to know their gender when they go in. You have no idea the disruption that has caused, and the fake news refuses to report it. You know, when I did a ban, I went to a lot of good generals. I said, I'm not going to tell you names. Just tell me, is it the right thing or the wrong thing? The wrong thing, sir. It's the wrong thing. And I had unanimous support. And then we did it. I didn't do it. Other people did it. They reversed me as soon as they got in, like almost the first day. I didn't do it. But they allowed things to happen to our military that just not right. If you want to have a sex change or a social justice seminar, then you can do it somewhere else, but you're not going to do it in the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, Space Force, or the United States Marines. Sorry. You're not going to do it there. The military brass that led these absurd and insulting initiatives will likewise be removed, and they will no longer be in command. They're going to be gone so fast. Kamala and Crooked Joe purged 8,000 service members from our military for refusing their COVID vaccine mandate. They refused to do it. We didn't want a mandate. The mandate, you just can't do that. I will rehire every patriot who was fired from the military with an apology and with back pay. They will get their back pay and an apology from our government. Hopefully they have great jobs right now and they're making a lot of money, but if they want to come back in, they get an apology and we sign them up and they get their back pay. Should have never happened. The mandate stuff should have never happened. Thanks to Comrade Kamala and Joe Biden, morale in our military is now so low that almost every single branch is suffering a major recruitment and retention crisis. You know that. Upon taking office, I will begin the largest peacetime recruitment drive in the history of the armed forces. We have to fill our armed forces with great people, but they don't have spirit now. There's no spirit. Used to bring, other soldiers would bring their friends in. Now that doesn't happen. Almost never happens. The sense of spirit, pride, and prestige will soon come roaring back and reach levels never seen before. We're going to make it so hot that I'm going to want to resign and join the military. I don't know what rank I would start at. I guess I started private. I don't know. What rank would I have to start at, General? I have to start pretty low. He said you'll start at the top. All right, then I'll stay here. That's very good. You'll start at the top. He knows what to say. America's military must always be unrivaled and unbeatable. I mean, I see reports coming out where they do studies, and they said under these circumstances, we'll lose a war to China. Number one, if it's true, why are we saying it? And number two, it shouldn't be true, should it? It shouldn't be true. Not going to happen. Why would they release a report like that for China to read? We're vulnerable here. She said they're idiots. That's a good word, too. Yeah. Who's the woman that said that? Stand, please. Who said that? That's very good. No, it's true. She says they're idiots. No, they released a report talking about all of the vulnerable areas. We need more this, we need more that. We're weak here, we're weak there. I don't know who does this report. Why would you release a report like that? So after years, that's like saying we have no ammunition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have no ammunition at the time. We're the United States of America. You know why? We gave it all up to Ukraine and various other places. We gave them everything. Empty our warehouses of all of our ammunition. Let's give it to people free of charge. Free of charge. Costs billions. Free of charge. Everything's always free of charge. So after years of horrific depletion with the comrade sending our missiles and airplanes, ammunition to other countries, I will make a historic investment in rebuilding the U.S. Armed Forces. I did that once before, but I have to do it again because they've depleted it, just like they've depleted the strategic oil reserves, you know? We have the strategic, in all due respect, it's not for filling up your car so that you have 4 cents a gallon less and that you vote for Crooked Joe. It's not meant for that. It's meant for war It's meant for tragedy. It's meant for real stuff. It's at the lowest point today in its history. We almost have nothing left. And we had it at a level that was such a beautiful thing to see. We will increase funding, but at the same time, the days of blank checks for the weapon systems over the past are over. I tell you what we will build, though. We're going to build a great iron dome over our country so that we don't have to get hit. We give it to other countries. We help Israel and other countries. And Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, as you know, but we didn't really have the technology then. He was right, but we didn't have the right technology. Today we have unbelievable technology. And, you know, we have other countries that have it. This country should have it. And we're going to make it right here, and we're going to make it in other of our great places. But a lot of it's going to come right out of your state. It's time to create the arsenal of the 21st century. We need that. That means aggressively shifting funding to keep America on the cutting edge, investing heavily in drones and robotics and artificial intelligence and hypersonics. Do you know, hypersonics, these are missiles that go 7 times faster than a fast ordinary missile. 7 times faster. So fast that for the most part, you can't shut them down and you can't shoot them down. They're going at levels of speed that nobody thought was possible. Do you know, that was our technology that was stolen by Russia. And Russia has them, and I started them very quickly. But somebody gave Russia, years ago, before me, all of our plans and specs for hypersonic missiles, and they built them, and we didn't. He said Bill Clinton. He could be. It might have been, in all fairness, might have been a little after Bill Clinton. I used to like Bill Clinton. Can you believe it? It could have been Barack Hussein Obama, perhaps. We should ask him. Now, he was very nasty last night. I try and be nice to people, you know, but it's a little tough when they get personal. Please, again, remember, please, sir, don't get personal. Talk about policy. Let me ask you about that. We're going to do a free poll. Here's the 2 questions. Should I get personal? Should I not get personal? Ready? Should I get personal? Should I not get personal? I don't know. My advisors are fired. No, we'd rather keep it on policy, but sometimes it's hard when you're attacked from all ends. I mean, they want to put you in jail for nothing. For nothing. For cases that the legal scholars all over the country have said there is no case, and they want to put you in jail. And I could have done that to Hillary Clinton. I could have put her in jail. She turned away subpoenas, and she damaged stuff, and she wouldn't give things after a subpoena was sent, from the United States Congress. I said to myself, we want to bring the country together. Wouldn't it be terrible to put the wife of the President of the United States in jail? Wouldn't it be terrible? And then I come out, and they do it to me. And there's no feeling as, wouldn't it be terrible? But we won the big case in Florida. That was totally won. And Biden didn't. You know, Biden documents, I had the Presidential Records Act. I had a right to do whatever I wanted to do. That was passed in like 1978. But Biden didn't have a right to do it because he wasn't president. And he was there for 50 years. He took stuff. And the ruling was basically he's guilty as hell, but he's got no memory. He's a nice man with no memory. Actually, they're wrong. He's not a nice man and he has no memory. He's not a nice man at all because he started weaponization. And weaponization is a double prong that can come back to haunt them too. It's a terrible thing for our country, I can tell you. A terrible thing for our country. We need a dramatic increase in research. We need a very dramatic increase in development. And in so doing, we will create countless American jobs, including jobs right here in a place called North Carolina. Do we love North Carolina? Laura Trump is from North Carolina. She named her daughter Carolina, the wife of Eric. I now say that he's the husband of Laura. We changed it. He's great. He's great, and it's a great couple, but she loves this place. She just loves it. She's here all the time. And, you know, she comes and we love her too. She's amazing. She's got a great talent, and she, along with Michael Whatley, are running the Republican National Committee and doing a great job. You know, a lot of times when you do that, they'll say, oh, family. Let me say, this is not a job this is a tough job. And our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat. Because we have all the votes you need. You can see it. Every house along the way has signs. Trump, 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 Vance, Trump, Vance. And by the way, Vance is doing a great job. Vance is doing a great job. Look at that beautiful red Vance. No, but these signs are all over the place. I see it everywhere, no matter where. In Florida, they're all over. Because people want to see common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. It's not conservative, liberal. They don't want to be called liberal anymore. They want to use progressive. We're progressive. Progressive. I think liberal is more appropriate. Progressive is such a beautiful word, right? You know, it's progressive. Progressive means go forward. They don't go forward, they go backward. As we rapidly rebuild American deterrence, we will quickly restore peace and stability in our country, but all over the world. We'll make our country a much safer place. We're in grave danger of a war, a third world war, I tell you. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, and as I said, we're going to do things that are going to be shocking to people. But what I'm going to do more than anything else, I'm going to get things in line, and we're going to prevent that World War III. And if you look at what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, if you look at now there's an incursion into Russia, then there'll be another incursion the other way, and then all of a sudden bad things will start to happen. They're already starting. By contrast, if Comrade Kamala wins this November, World War III is virtually guaranteed to happen. Everything she touches, she destroys. Everything that she's touched, you look at her life. She was district attorney in San Francisco. The place went to hell. It was the best city in the world probably 15, 18 years ago, 20 years ago. Maybe in the whole world, it was one of the best cities in the world. Then she becomes the Attorney General of the state of California. That place went to hell. It was helped by Gavin Newsom. Newsom helped, but she was terrible. And it's crime-ridden, and you can't walk down the sidewalk anymore. It's just unbelievable what's happened to that state. So sad. Best weather, beautiful ocean, everything is good, but they've just let it go to hell. And she's going to do the same thing to the United States. And when she says, I'll let you frack. Her whole career, she said no fracking. Pennsylvania in particular, no, because they get tremendous wealth from fracking. They're going to be stopped. 100% they're going to be stopped. She just changed her view a few months ago. You got to see, she ran against Biden. There were 22 people running. She was the first to leave. She quit because she went down like that. And she was the first one out. She never made it to the first state in the primary. She never made it to Iowa. Never made it to Iowa. She didn't get one vote. And she still hasn't gotten one vote. And she won't have one vote. Think of it. Biden, I'm not a fan of Biden. I think he was terrible. A terrible president. What he did to our country, you look at him with the planes and the stairs and the falling all over the place, and he had no idea what the hell was happening. He couldn't find his way off a stage. A stair here, stair there, stair. I got stairs all over the place. He'd finish his speech. I'd look around. Where am I? His speeches lasted. The nice part, it was good in the hot sun because they lasted for about 2 minutes and you could go home. But nobody would come anyway. But we can't let her. She's much worse than him, actually, because she's actually more radical. He never believed it. He just did it for votes. I don't know why you'd get votes by having open borders. She wants open borders. If she became president in 4 years, you'd have 60 to 70 million people from all over the world. And it's not just South America. And remember, they're releasing them from their jails and their prisons. They're coming out of jails and prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums. Then we have hundreds and probably thousands of terrorists that have come into our country. We probably have a few here. Welcome, welcome. But we probably have a few here. And she's all for it. And now she's saying, and you see what she's saying, well, the wall was largely built. We were adding space onto the wall. We built hundreds of miles of wall. I actually took it because Congress gave us a hard time and the Democrats were brutal. We had 11 lawsuits and we won all 11, but I took it out of the military. I called it an invasion of our country. It was an invasion. And we built hundreds of miles of wall. And then I was going to do 200 extra. We ordered it. It was there. And we had that rotten, horrible election, that horrible election where we did much better than we did the first time. And bad things happened, and all of a sudden, I hear that they want to have open borders. And I thought they were kidding. Who the hell wants open borders? And then they said, we'll give you health care. You know, now they're saying all about how they're getting tough in the borders and how they were tough, except they have a couple of problems. Do you know that we flew in 1 million people, airplanes, over the top of the border, beautiful airplanes. They're flying them in. If you want to stop people, you're not flying them in on airplanes and many other things. No, they wanted open borders, and we have a country that's loaded up with many, many criminals right now, of the worst. They emptied their jails. They emptied their jails and prisons. They emptied their mental institutions into our country, largely. Now, they're continuing to do it. But if you look at many of these countries that we're talking about, frankly, who can blame them? They're dropping their prisoners into the United States of America. They're dropping all of these people into the United States, including their mental institution people. Any terrorist they have, they're dropping them into the United States. We're taking hundreds of thousands of people that were in jail for murder. You take a look at Venezuela, their jails are half. And I'm surprised half, because frankly, I would have worked faster than that if I were running it. I would have had all of them out of there by now. They go to Caracas, they take all their gang members, all of their killers, their murderers, their drug dealers, they take them and they're putting them into the United States, and their crime is down 72%. In fact, next time what we'll do, instead of North Carolina, we'll have our next little gathering in Venezuela, because it will be much safer than being in our country. If these people win, you're not going to have any meetings, you're not going to have anything. There'll be chaos in our country. And we just can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. Remember when Biden sent Kamala to Europe to stop the war in Ukraine, she met with Putin, and then 3 days later he attacked. How did she do? You think she did a good job? She met with Putin to tell him don't do it, and 3 days later he attacked. That's when the attack started. Did you know that, General? Should have sent you. But over 500,000, they say, are dead or wounded, but it's a much higher number than that. And everything lies in ruin. Look, we are going to fight like hell to win this election. They are going to cheat like hell to win the election, because they have no bounds. They have no bounds. I've said to some Republicans once, in a place called Philadelphia, which I love. I went to school in Philadelphia, but it's suffering tremendously, like Chicago, like every Democrat-run city is suffering. But I said, why do we allow them to do it? Do Republicans do what they do with the stuffing the boxes, with all of the different things they do? Sir, we're proud Americans. And that's really the right thing to say. But they have no bounds. We have to win this election. If we don't win this election, we are in such trouble as a country. We're in trouble right now, but you have the right guy to straighten it out. I'll get it straightened out. I'll get it straightened out fast. We're going to have peace through strength all over the world like we had just a short while ago. And I just want to say, closing, it's an honor to have served for 4 years. I wish we didn't have this break. The only thing good about the break is it shows how bad it can get, because we've never had a country that's been in shape like this country is in right now. We have squalor in our streets. Our vets are disregarded, living on sidewalks in freezing cold and unbelievably hot cities all over the country. And yet we have people coming in to our country that are living in luxury hotels. This is what we have. We're going to straighten out our country through common sense. We're going to straighten out our country with the United States of America. We're the greatest country in the world. We're not going to let this continue to go. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger than ever before. We're going to bring in business. We're going to use tariffs to take advantage of our great strength and to, frankly, hurt countries that are hurting us and have been hurting us on trade for many, many years. Right now, China is building massive auto plants in Mexico, and they think that those plants are going to make cars and they're going to sell them across the line for no tax, no anything, destroy what's left in Detroit, which frankly, compared to years ago, is very little, and South Carolina and many other places. We're not going to let it happen. We will charge them 150 or 200% tariff, and all of that investment that they made is now worthless. We're not going to let them do that. We're not going to let them destroy our automobile industry. The United Auto Workers has a grossly incompetent man at the head. They want to make all electric cars, and Elon Musk is a friend of mine. You saw he endorsed me very strongly, and he understands that I'm right. And I love electric cars, and they have an incredible purpose. They have an incredible purpose. They're unbelievable what they can do, and he makes a great product. But I told him, I said, you know, before you endorse, you have to understand, we have to have gasoline-propelled cars. Again, we have more liquid gold than anybody anywhere in the world, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We have more than anybody. We're going to quadruple that business. We're going to be much bigger than both of them put together. We're going to pay down debt. We're going to reduce your taxes. I gave you the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulatory cut in history. That created all of the jobs. And when Biden talks about jobs, by the way, because they lie so much, the jobs he created, almost all of them, almost 100%, people say more than 100%, went to illegal aliens. The other, remember this, the numbers sound good because they're called bounce-back jobs. We had a pandemic. People were laid off, and then as soon, and this is common for ages, when a pandemic goes, you have bounce-back. The businesses, and had we not done what we did with money, probably some of you benefited, but we would have been in a 1929-style depression. We did it just right. The problem is, they came in, they no longer needed money. We gave them a country that was fixed. And more people died during Biden, think of that, than died during us from COVID. Many more people died during them. But think of this, we gave them a country and they blew it because they took so much, they took trillions and trillions of money, they kept feeding it. And that's what caused, along with their bad energy policies, that's what caused this tremendous inflation, which is destroying the people of our country. And frankly, it's contagious. It's all over the world. But we're the ones that started it with their bad policy. So we're going to work very hard. We've got to win. We've got to win this state. This state is a very, very big state to win. We've won it twice, and we're going to win it again. I said to a couple of the people, I said, so let me ask you, how are we doing compared to 4 years ago and 8 years ago? They said, sir, you're much hotter, you're more popular. I hope that's true. But we won it twice. And all I can do is pledge to you that we're going to do a great job for North Carolina. We're going to do a great job for the United States of America. We put America first, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the
and another amazing Donald Trump rally in Asheboro, North Carolina. I'm Bobby McNeely. I'm here with Megan Kohler. Such a joy to join you in a beautiful state, 16 electoral votes at stake. It's all coming down to the wire as we enter into really a warm day, but the fall season of the 2024 electoral process.
Incredible speech by President Trump. He ran on peace through strength in 2016. He did just that when he was in office, and now he's running on it yet again. And I think that's the best policy possible.
I really enjoyed how you pointed out earlier about the drilling, and he really correlated that, just mentioning towards the end that the Chinese Communist Party is now doing drilling in Mexico. You see, they've bought up many lands, and even Governor DeSantis, to his credit, has banned any Chinese Communist Party entity from owning any land in Florida. We've seen this with Confucius Institutes on college campuses. Really the threat to America more than anything else, the Chinese Communist Party, and President Trump laying out his vision to put America first and to prevent what has been chaos provided by Border Czar Harris and her president, Joe Biden. Of course, she's in office right now. She can go and stop all of this, but she refuses to. And I really enjoy President Trump's commentary on how he'll make America strong and safe again.
Absolutely, and I loved how he brought up strengthening the military, because so many people used to want to join the military, and now recruitment levels are so far down. People aren't excited and energized to join the military anymore, but we need that back in our country. And also the fact that he pointed out how so many of our military members were fired because they refused to get the vaccine, and he said that he would bring them back in so we could re-strengthen the military again.
Well, and look at all the transgender policies that have been put out by even the Department of Navy with the Communications Department. It is a weakened military, and that's what President Trump really focused on during his tenure, was strengthening the American military to be ready to use it at a moment's notice. Peace through strength, very similar to Ronald Reagan, similar to JFK. We have seen this before. These policies worked throughout the different decades in modern history, and President Trump committed to keeping America first and America safe, closing the border, talking about the fentanyl crisis and how that's affected countless of Americans, thousands. Also enjoyed the front row Joes were here tonight, of course the beautiful ladies in the corner, and then a touching moment. There was an older, gentle lady who did seem to have a moment, needed a medic from the heat. President Trump stopped at the moment, said, "Hey guys, get in there, we need a medic," and then he walked over there and gave her a hug and spoke with her for a moment. So that was a highlight. Also the fact he brought up all that law enforcement, including Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who's running for governor of North Carolina this year, an exciting candidate. He can really get a crowd going just like President Trump can. So great to see the future governor of North Carolina and the current lieutenant governor here in attendance today.
Yes, it was an incredible event we saw today, and it really was a touching moment when one of those event attendees fainted from the heat. We were talking about how hot it is. I took my jacket off. We're sweating out here, but we're doing this for America. And it was a really touching moment that he walked over to make sure that that guest was okay. And that's not just for a photo op. That's actually who President Trump is. He has a really big heart, and I think the American people saw that today.
No question about it, Megan. And we want to thank you, the viewers, for tuning in today as we get into the thick of it, into what is an historical election season. Liberty versus tyranny. President Donald Trump seeking to make history to return to the Oval Office with his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. Hearing both from them today on making America strong and safe again. Of course, quite a difference from what we're seeing in Chicago tonight. Continued coverage of the DNC and the absolute calamity. It is the hypocrisy, the free abortions, free vasectomies that are happening outside of the United Center in Chicago, the mixed messaging, and the fact that their policy platforms are not being highlighted on their website like the 20 policy platforms promises made by Donald Trump. But we'd like to thank our sponsors, Birch Gold. In these crazy times, there is peace of mind in security. Security for our country, security for our leaders, and security for our families. But think about this. If you all have one eggs in a basket, you're not financially secure. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. They're a hedge against inflation. And my friends at Birch Gold can take care of you by getting your own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. This is the one sure thing you can do today to secure your family's future and their savings. So text the word Trump to 989898. You'll receive your own kit and brochure on the Birch Gold Group and all the information the great patriots are supporting, like Dan Bongino, Ron Paul. We also have many others who have endorsed this wonderful organization. This features a free silver Trump coin as well, with him boldly raising his fist in the moments after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. You don't want to miss your chance at history, so get this wonderful piece of history preserved in the security of a precious metals coin. Secure your savings today with Birch Gold. Text Trump to 989898. American Finance, thank you for sponsoring us. A lot of us are struggling, as we talked during our coverage, with the bills, with gas, with food. Groceries are sky high nowadays. So if you own a home, I want you to call my friends at American Financing. It's saving their customers an average of $854 per month by tapping into your home's equity. We have to be careful with this because credit card debt is out of control. The high interest rates can kill you and end up, costing years and years of your time just to pay back. Credit card rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying this balance from month to month. So call American Financing today. If you call today, they'll be able to help you save $854 a month. I know I can use that. That always works out well. 888. Right, exactly.
Yes.
402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Of course, we have the Wellness Company. I want to be financially healthy and secure, but also be physically healthy. The Spike Support Formula. Hear me out. Damar Hamlin, Jamie Foxx, Bronny James, turbo cancers, blood clots, myocarditis, and miscarriages. We've all pretty much been seeing this in the news, even in the mainstream media, but they don't want to dive into it if they're the corporate mainstream media. But meanwhile, Dr. Peter McCullough, who was canceled, his team of doctors, including several of President Trump's team from the 2020 Advisory Committee on COVID, were censored for recommending ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, and these life-saving medications. The most common question Dr. McCullough gets, how do I get this spike protein out of my body? Well, there's something you can do now to make sure you protect yourself and your family. The Spike Support Formula is a unique combination of targeted ingredients researched to block and dissolve the COVID spike protein in the bloodstream. So whether you got the shot or have had a rough time with COVID or you're worried about vaccine shedding, get the spike protein out of your system now. So go to makecaregreatagain.com. That is makecaregreatagain.com. RSBN for 15% off. A great code, RSBN, easy to remember, 15% off. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's a wellness company. And finally, we'd like to thank Mike Lindell, the great people at MyPillow. So when you take care of yourself financially, you take care of yourself by getting rid of that spike protein, you got to get some good sleep. And I know Megan here has had some MyPillows. I've gotten some MyPillows.
yes.
But your son or daughter, they might be going to college, getting all settled in right now. The $25 extravaganza is back. And you know Mike has been part of cancel culture. We've been canceled on a couple of occasions. President Trump has been canceled by big tech platforms. So get the MyPillow for a great deal. Put your money where your mouth is. Support fellow patriots. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows just $25. MyPillow sandals $25. Beach towels $25. 6-pack towels $25. Megan, can you guess what the coffin recliner pillow would cost?
Let's see. $25.
You are right on. $25 sheets and blankets starting at that price, but also another great deal for the dorm topper for the college dorm bedrooms. Sometimes these beds are so small, they're twin XLs. Your kid needs a great night's sleep while studying hard for their future. So the MyPillow topper comes in every bed size. You can put it right over the mattress. Believe me, you will feel the difference, and it provides the best support for a limited time. You can get one for as low as $69.99. These amazing offers won't last long, so order now and just go to MyPillow.com and use code RSBN. and go right to their website. Mike Lindell will be willing, ready, and able to help. He's a great partner, a good friend of RSBN, and we thank all of our sponsors for helping us get on the air today to take care of you, the great American patriots, and hopefully bring you entertaining content of the overflow, but also President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, the MAGA ticket on the Republican side. So Megan, it was a pleasure celebrating with you today. Pleasure having you out here for your first time. And what was your favorite part of the speech today?
My favorite part actually was when he was speaking about the Iron Dome system that we have in Israel. He was talking about bringing that to America, and I thought it was interesting to think about because Israel is so small. It's the size of about New Jersey compared to how big America is. So I'm excited to see how he wants to implement that. But I think that's a great defense system that we can bring to America.
Absolutely, and I really enjoy some of the speech. He kind of brought us, pulled that curtain back as he had on so many different topics, but the fact that he had plans about not only the Iron Dome, but the fact that certain administrations, someone yelled out Bill Clinton at one point, but he said, might have been a little bit after that, it might have been Barack Hussein Obama, and then he mentioned his very funny speech last night, to say it kindly, but that the fact that the Russians obtained our defense secrets and defense contracts and specific things that actually were classified, different technologies that the Russians obtained because of people like Barack Obama. That's why it's so important to have an American first president in place, President Donald Trump. Clearly, we have a record of results that he went on just 4 short years ago to make our country safe, respected, and feared throughout the world, putting the middle class first and protecting our border, and also making sure that there's no new wars and that bad actors would stay in place in their own countries and not invade others like we've seen in the Middle East and like we've seen with Russia and Ukraine.
And it was really amazing to see while he was in office how he interacted with other world leaders to bring peace in so many of these other countries, and we felt very protected here at home as well.
Lieutenant General Kellogg speaking earlier about that with the fact that President Trump would address these leaders, wouldn't be afraid to. He ordered the takeout of Soleimani, the Iranian general, and one of my favorite moments was when they dropped the Moab, completely eliminating ISIS within 3 months. He allowed the generals to do their jobs. He was having cheesecake after a nice meal with President Xi of China at Mar-a-Lago, and he told him, President Xi, I dropped the Moab. And that's a great story in and of itself. So President Trump laying out his vision for the future and what he expects to do to make America strong again, sealing the border, stopping the fentanyl crisis, protecting Americans here at home, and no new wars abroad. A bold, fun, beautiful speech, quite frankly, on a beautiful day here in Asheboro, North Carolina. I'm Bobby McNeely. It's a pleasure to be with you again. And Megan Kohler, thank you for joining us today. We hope to see you at future broadcasts. It's been a joy to be out here with you today and to get your insight and to share in the celebration of the fact that you got to see your hometown, home state senator today, Senator J.D. Vance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And it was an amazing first day here at RSBN. And I'm looking forward to many more.
God bless you, America, and God bless you, Patriots. We'll see you very soon.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.